right, good morning. I mean, it's morning for me anyways, and I've been up. So, let's see. Hopefully that's a decent balance. But it's Friday, and I'm like, it's only the second week, so I'm not like exactly on time how I want it to be, but I'm still going to be doing a working day today. So, I actually have I joined a coaching program. Um, this week. I joined on Sunday. So it's a very involved program. It's called the Daniels Den, but it's very involved. So it's like today, on Fridays our book club, and book club starts at 8 a.m. Eastern time, which is my time zone, but still I had to be like up and on the Zoom call at 8 a.m. if I wanted to participate in real time. So I got my butt up this morning and I did that, and it went until about 9:30ish. So next week, I'll probably just actually be online on stream earlier, and then that way, I can just be muted when I am attending book club. But I'll be starting my day earlier on Fridays due to the fact that book club starts at 8 a.m. So, but yeah, I have plans today to pick up where I left off, and I am working on integrating an API into Adalo. So Adalo is a no-code platform, and the main thing is it has some restrictions as far as what the platform itself is capable of. However, it does have the ability to integrate with an API, and so you can have your own. You can use the platform to have your collections, which is basically your database. So you can have a database within the platform, but you can also bring in an external API as a source as well. So last week I started working on that, and I was pretty good in getting through some of the things that I wanted to work on, some things I wanted to finalize. So that was pretty great. But today I'm going to pick up where I left off because I'm still basically testing out a few features, trying to understand exactly what Adalo is expecting from the API before I go into like building my API from the ground up. So that's what I want to finish today. So I already have some things on my to-do list that were tasks left over from last week. So I'll pretty much start from there. But one thing I wanted to do today is that I was actually, I was just scrolling through Instagram. It's funny because I just realized I didn't actually look at the thing I was supposed to do on Instagram. I went on Instagram because I think I got tagged by a conference that I'm going to be speaking at in a couple of weeks. So I think I saw their notification pop up, and I'm like, I wanted to share because I think they put my speaker profile out or whatever. But I ended up seeing this. It was like a quote from a pastor, and I thought it was really helpful, the concept he was talking about. So I just wanted to share that this morning, and then I'm going to jump into getting my work done. But let's see. So yeah, I don't know, maybe you'll find this helpful. I definitely found it to be helpful. And then yeah, I'm going to switch over to my computer so that way I can actually get to work for sure, because I have a meeting. Our team meeting starts at noon. So I have about an hour and a half, I guess, before the team meeting. So I like to kind of get prepared before that happens. But let me share this. Where are you? I have so many windows open. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, here we go.
The revelation of rarity lowers tolerance. There's certain things that you won't tolerate once you recognize that you're rare. See, once you recognize that God has set your value to priceless, settling season is over. Because everything that settles ends up at the bottom. And I believe sometimes we've confused being the bigger person with the toxicity tolerance. And this many times starts in childhood, because our parents are supposed to be the ones that protect us. But what do you do when your parents are the ones that you need protection from? And this is how we learn lethal loyalty. We end up being loyal to lethal dysfunctions and lethal patterns, because historical trauma gives us a high tolerance for pain. And so what we'll end up doing is measuring our strength by how much we could take. But spiritual awareness is when you're able to discern those who enrich the soil of your life versus those who are just waiting around to consume the fruit. Everyone is not easily replaceable. Some are once in a lifetime. Timothy only had one Paul in his lifetime. Ruth only had one Naomi in her lifetime. Jonathan only had one David in his lifetime. Peradventure, instead of us always having conversations about haters and toxic people, I believe we should also begin to highlight the need of being healed enough where you could identify destiny shifting connections and honor those, because that's rare, because the revelation of rarity lowers tolerance.
Yeah, so that kind of spoke to me this morning. I don't really get into like a lot of personal stuff on online, and but I shared that on Instagram because I usually share stuff like that when I see it. I usually share it in my story, but yeah, I don't know. Settling season is over for me, so I hope that that is encouraging for somebody else as well, because at the end of the day, like a lot of times we don't really see our own value, and so we take and settle for things, whether it's people or whether it's just moments in life, things in life. I know a lot of people that I spend a lot of time around. They tend to people tend to look at me like, oh, you're so ambitious, you're so this, you're so that. And I'm like, I mean, I go after goals. I think I try to achieve a lot of goals, but at the same time, I it's not as easy as I think people feel like it is. Like, it's not like I just wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, let me just do the most amazing thing that I can think of. It's like I have to fight and battle and things like that. So it's all about overcoming at the end of the day. That's kind of how I feel. So yeah, I mean, I thought that was helpful just because sometimes the people that are around us aren't necessarily the ones that are helping us to move forward in whatever our goals are, whatever our calling is. And so yeah, I thought that was really that was a good message, just kind of like to start out the morning. So I like to share stuff on Instagram, like in my stories and stuff, but I don't. The first thing I seen that I was about to share was some craziness. It was from IGN. Let me see, can I show it? Because that was the first thing I had actually seen. I saw this post on IGN talking about some it was like it looked like some dystopian stuff. Hold on, I'm just about to show y'all. But I seen that and I was gonna share that in my story first, and then I was just like, wait, before I share some foolishness, let me share something that might be helpful to somebody. But this is what I saw that I was just like, wait, what? Why? What are we doing right now? It's like we going from AI goggles to muzzles, and I just don't understand what life is right now. But this is the thing apparently. So yeah, that's what I saw at first. And I was like, I'm not about to post that. That's not about to be the first thing in my story. So yeah, but anyways, I have been having to like just kind of lean into some more inspirational messaging, not just, I don't know, it'd be a lot of stuff going on the internet. So I try to avoid like toxic talk, celebrity gossip and all that kind of stuff, because I really don't got time for that. And to the point of not having time for that, I'm about to switch over here. Okay, so yeah, I think I had the workshop last night, which was that one was customizing your terminal with Z Shell, and I did like a little bit of command line basics in that one. So I actually already went ahead and I had to close out my windows basically. Here, let me swap my keyboard over. I had to close all my windows, but I'm pretty sure anything that I actually needed, I had left it on my Notion board. So what's showing right now is not actually my to-do list. This is the outline from the workshop I did last night. So that is up actually. I'll probably share the link to it, but it's on the website. It's on metadevgirl.com. You can go and find the workshop on command line fundamentals and the terminal customization. So my terminal is looking kind of cute today. I ain't gonna lie. I can't even lie. Hold on, let's look. It's it's a little bit different than how it happened. So it's funny because I hadn't really updated this in a while. I've been using the same like kind of like default. Really, I didn't have any theme for the most part, but I did have plugins. So I think I lost some of my plugins in the process, but that's okay because I wasn't using any of the ones that I didn't reactivate. But I turned on, let's see, let's just do it from VS Code. Tilde / ZSHRC. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, I have a new theme, which is Mike H or Micah. I don't know which one it's supposed to be. I feel like it's probably Mike H. So I have the Mike H theme on, which is kind of nice. And then I don't have that many plugins on right now. Like I said, I don't have all the plugins I had previously, but these three, the Git plugin, the .env plugin, and the aliases plugin, all of those were always were enabled before. So I ended up just setting mine up from the ground up just to kind of demonstrate it in the workshop. And then I added this git ignore plugin, which I don't think I've used it before, but the git ignore plugin should help me with being able to basically auto generate a plugin from a template. So yeah. All right, now good morning. Now y'all know when y'all got these questionable names, I gotta be when y'all got these questionable names, I gotta be careful. I'm not sure. Cell dweller, I don't know what that is. Let me turn my on to while I'm at it. Okay, let me just do it over here. I'm going to Twitch. Dang it, I'm not signed in that one. But yeah, so I put those plugins in, and I'm probably gonna play around with them a little bit today, just because. Where is it? Dashboard. An electronic rock metal band. I don't listen to like a lot of. I would say I have very tasty music, but I don't listen to like a lot of different music. I usually, whatever I'm listening to, I listen to like one artist at a time or like one album at a time. So, no, I'm not familiar with them, but I'm sure I know people that are. I have a couple of my cousins are DJs, and one is really, he may know, because he's more of a techno DJ. So he does more electronic music. Let's see. Let me get into manager. Okay, so I got my stream manager. All right, so we got about, like I said, got like a little bit over an hour until it's time to start the team meeting. So yeah, hey Elliot, welcome in, man. Long time no see, even though I think I saw you pop up on my Instagram at some point recently. How's it going though? Happy Friday, y'all. Happy Friday. I more listen to one song till I can't stand it. That's how I am. I can literally listen to the same like playlist, or I can listen to the same one album nonstop, and it gets on people's nerves. But it's like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. And then my son is kind of like that now too, because he's 15 months. Like, he's watching Gracie right now, and he literally, all he listens to, like, he will listen to Gracie from sun up to sundown if I let him. And for my own personal sanity, I can't. But then that's like, I can't blame him because I mean, I like listening to Gracie with him too. So it's like a lot of the stuff that the fact that he can listen to it nonstop is also partly because I would play it nonstop. So it is what it is. But at least she comes out with, like, on her channel, they post a lot of new stuff very regularly. Okay, so yeah, but this is my new ZSHRC. So this is my new Z Show configuration. I'm using all my ZSH for the plugins and the theme. So I did that workshop last night. So I'm excited about that. I'm gonna go back and probably edit it a little bit, but it's up. So um getting over fever. I hope you are feeling better. I think I've been having hay fever. So not actual fever, but like real weird allergy sinus issues. Um, and I thought I was getting sick because I was like experiencing some things that I never have had before. Like, I'll get really bad sinus infections. I'll get like a lot of congestion and stuff like that, stuffiness. But I was getting this weird like itchiness in the top of my throat, and that was like freaking me out. Then I found out that it was just hay fever. I'm like, what is hay fever? I never had that before, but I probably have, because a lot of sinus like symptoms that I would get from like having my sinus issues is also symptoms of hay fever. So I probably had hay fever like for a minute. I didn't even notice. I just was like, oh, my sinuses are tripping. That's how I just be like, my sinus is tripping. But baby boy is good. He's in his crib for the moment, but I'll probably let him get out and play. But he was doing too much. He was doing way too much. So last time I was working, let's see, I could stand to. Oh, here's the workshop from yesterday. I'll put it in both in the YouTube chat, and I'll put it in the Twitch chat. But the workshop from yesterday, I went through like setting up on my ZSH. So if you never did that before, you could definitely follow along that way. Bam, copy. And then I'm about to get into Adalo. I did myself a favor last time. Here, let me pull up my actual go to my project planner. And people always ask, I'm using Notion, y'all, for my task list and everything. You said that I made a page from scratch. Which page? Okay, so I'm using the Adalo. I mean, I'm using Notion. Am I actually streaming? Yeah, I'm actually streaming work that I have to do. Oh, although depending on if something is like a little bit more of a trade secret, I'm not gonna be like exposing that. But yeah. So when I have a meeting, I'm gonna have a meeting at 12. So when it's time for us to have a meeting, I'll just be on mute here. But I have my meetings from my MacBook, and I'm streaming from my PC. So yeah, so I'll be on mute for about an hour around that time. But I'm just gonna be working on this. Right now I'm doing a POC for this particular project, just because I want to make sure I know exactly how I need to build my API before I start it. But these are the tasks that I left off on um last week. Trying to see, can I scroll? Well, whatever. That's fine, I guess. But yeah, I am actually streaming like in real time what I have to work on. So I'm a little, I don't know if you say day job, like I wouldn't say I have a quote unquote like traditional day job, right? Because I work I'm working with this startup, which actually started out as me building out their MVP for a an entrepreneurship program that I usually support. But this company in particular, I'm actually going to keep working with. So I decided to take on this role primarily, although it's like very very early startup. So you know we still try I still gotta I still gotta make money, and I teach and everything, so I do various different roles right now between contracting and teaching as well. So anytime y'all see me co-working, this is really stuff this is really stuff I gotta get done. It'll either be stuff I have to build for this platform, or it'll be things that I'm teaching, like I'll work on my outlines and stuff like that, work on presentations and things I have to get done for um, different courses that I'm launching for the community. I'm trying to sign back into my iTunes so I can keep my music going. But yeah, so certain things like I'm in the MVP phase with this app, so there's certain things that I'm not going to necessarily try to build, exactly from the ground up. Right now, it's let's see, can we get a certain amount of users onboarded? So I'm trying to minimize the amount of like technical energy I have to put into it, but also trying to future proof what we need to do. So we are using here, let me paste this and then I'm going to move on. We are using Adalo. Adalo is really nice. I love Adalo. Of the different no code platforms that I've worked with, view and live control, because like I said, those are really good for building out MVPs and testing the market, making sure you build something that the customer actually wants. But the drawback is that you're limited to the functionality of the platform. And so right now my struggle is I'm having some issue with persisting data between screens because Adalo's kind of finicky with the data. I might end up showing y'all what I mean, but just because of how some things are set up, it's kind of a struggle to get all the data I need to persist to every screen that I need it on. I'll say it that way. It's like basically if I'm not following a completely linear path in the app, then I lose access to some data that I need on other screens. So I'm trying to go around that issue by actually relying on a REST API, and then Adalo essentially just turns into the front end. It's just the UI, and it'll just make API calls to the service that I'm building. So I think that that's going to be a better option for me moving forward. I'm going to put this one. Where's the Twitch chat? I got too many things open. Oh boy. That's okay though. I'll leave this one here for now, I guess. And then one more thing I'm gonna do. Let's go over here. Worked for a startup for a bit. Not your favorite? Yeah, it's not for everybody. Elliot's like, keep your secrets. Okay, Elliot. So the platform I'm using for my website right now is called Ghost. I actually was showing that a little bit back because I think I pretty much set most of this up. Which window am I in? My keyboard ain't working. I can't tell what I'm set up to right now. I need a USB switcher, but last time I tried to order one from Amazon, that's one of the only things that didn't come, so that was annoying. Ghost.org is fine, I guess. I'm using ghost.io, which is ghost.org. I'm using this. So what I wanted personally, I wanted a platform where I could manage I wanted to be able to manage my content, like as far as hosting, having workshops online. I wanted to be able to host blogs. I also wanted to be able to manage memberships and subscriptions, and I wanted to be able to manage a newsletter, all of that together. So Ghost ended up being the option that I went with. I like it so far, honestly. It's really, really nice. So I do recommend like taking a look at it. And you can either use Ghost, you can use the open source version of it, and just, host it yourself, deploy and host it. That's but I'm using their platform because it's managed. It has more things built into it. And I don't got time to be going into the nitty gritty of my own site when I'm trying to build like a whole nother app. But yeah, y'all, I'm very, I think I would say that in my entire time being in development, I've only worked for startups, to be honest. I've worked for startups in varying sizes though. So that's very interesting. I really love being in the startup space, but it is super stressful. And it depends on the environment you're in and the team that you work for, and the market that you're in, depending on what the company does as well. But yeah, so how the site is set up right now, basically the only thing that is like a paid thing is I'm starting to launch these crash courses, which bear with me because I'm literally building all that material from the ground up. So it's like if you just like support for like $5 a month, then you'll get access to the crash courses. And then so I'm just like in a soft launch phase. So I'm slowly building these crash courses up for the site, but everything is literally free. I just kind of want to encourage people to actually sign up because some people were signing up for like a newsletter from me, and now the newsletter basically comes from the website. So I don't send every single blog post as a newsletter. I don't send every blog post as a newsletter, which I could. What I do is I actually just prefer to, some of these posts, like this was the first newsletter post. So this is like an update, but this is a very specific post that I also sent out as a newsletter. And that was just letting everybody know what the schedule is as far as what kind of content I'm going to be putting out during the fall season right now, fall to winter. So this month is October. We're on Hacktoberfest, y'all. So I'm not really doing anything for Hacktoberfest today, but we have a bunch of stuff scheduled for Hacktoberfest. I'm going to put another blog post up today, but I did that announcement in the podcast yesterday. So I'll put a post up on the website so you can see everything, but we have all the workshops planned for October. And if you're in Discord, it's also in the Discord, is in the code channel and like the announcements channel, I think, or the content schedule channel. I put the information up so you can see the exact schedule. So let's see if we got Discord. Where are you? I kind of like this little setup I'm working with now. I have, as far as streaming, because I'm working on my MacBook, but I'm streaming from my PC, so hopefully I have less like quality issues with the stream than I was having when I was streaming directly from my MacBook. But I just have Air Server, so I was testing it out. I'm finally using Air Server like full time. So y'all are seeing my MacBook screen on the stream because of Air Server, basically. So it's really nice. It's convenient. But yeah, I love working for startups, y'all. Startups are everything to me. Not gonna be, I can't lie, but it's hard. It can be hard. And this is a different change for me because I have done a lot of system design, research and development and things like that in a bigger, like very high-tech startup. But just kind of moving into CTO role is it's definitely very much like a new phase in my career. So outside of just working on specific items, I'm also kind of branching out into making sure that I'm building myself up technically. So depending on as I start to get more co-working streams in, like throughout the week, I also work on some other like technical up skills, I guess you could say. The next thing I'm going to have to get into, I think, is going to be, I'm going to make sure that I go back to best practices in the REST APIs, designing, developing, and securing them. And then the next phase after that I have to prioritize, I think, is going to be the best practices around securing user data, because the app that we're building, or the company that we're building, think of it like similar to maybe similar to a DoorDash system, where we're going to have our own delivery drivers, and so we'll have to onboard them to the platform. So I'll have to have the process of being able to manage people's personal information. They'll have to submit their IDs and things of that nature. We'll have to contract those workers. So all of that needs to exist in the platform. So those are the two main phases I'm looking at right now, that I have to make sure I understand, not just from implementing it, but what does that mean for us as a platform? Yeah, so let's see. Here is, where are we? Code, okay. So I think I posted it in here, yeah. So if you want to see anything about Hacktoberfest, oh, I guess I didn't repost it in here. Okay, that's fine. But if you want to talk about Hacktoberfest, the conversation is going to be going on in the code channel. My personal growth and development right now is in AI machine learning. So I'm actually getting ready to go back to school to try to get on PhD track. So we talk a lot about AI ML code. This is just for new people. I know some of y'all probably already know, or anybody that hasn't been in Discord in a while. And then if you come to the content schedule, you can see this is the fall overview. These are the individual schedules. So I made those and showed those a while back. And then the last post, this one is what's coming up for this month with all the dates. So we did the podcast episode and terminal customization. Both those were yesterday. The Git crash course is coming out this month. I also am behind on the JavaScript crash course. So both of those are going to be getting built on the site. And then the Git fundamentals workshop is going to be next week. We're going to do a Hacktoberfest like live stream on the 19th. And then I'm going to do office hours for anybody that signed up for office hours. I'll do office hours for version control stuff and open source contributions at the end of the month, just in case anybody has questions before we try to wrap up the Hacktoberfest event. And I shared I didn't have the dates at the time, so I'll update this, but I shared that the Project Ricotta hackathon, which is an open source project that I like to participate in, they're having a hackathon next week as well. I'm going to be limited in being able to fully attend and participate in the hackathon, but I did post their flyer in the code channel. So you can see if you want to participate. It's a very beginner friendly, wonderful community project. And I worked with them to host a hackathon where we kicked off Project Ricotta back at the beginning of the year. So they're going to be doing another hackathon this month just to get their MVP over the hump. So I'm going to try to participate, but I won't be able to do full-time stuff because we have an event next week called, we're having Black Tech Weekend here in Detroit. So that is literally the exact same dates. So I'm gonna be around, but if you want to participate, you can sign up for their hackathon and you can get assigned to a team, and then they'll basically kind of onboard you and everything. They have a Slack channel. It's really awesome, so I highly recommend it. But I will personally probably, like I said, I'm gonna have a live stream on like the 19th. I'm going to most likely pick up a ticket from Project Ricotta and work on that for during the live stream. But people can work on whatever they want to work on. So that was a long spill, but hopefully that all that info is helpful, y'all. Oh, you got locked out of Discord, man. That's crazy. Didn't you have your own server? What happened to that? Because I was in there. It's right here. Is that? I hope you got back in. I know you right here. I can see that one. But yeah, we can welcome you back in, man. I have to welcome everybody. Wait, isn't the same one? No, we can't do that. They have like the welcome stickers now, but I already had my own thing before welcome stickers were a thing, so. Even though I kind of cycle through the same one, but it's varied enough. So welcome back in. I'm working on some stuff for Discord, y'all, so bear with me. Discord, I love Discord, but it's a lot to manage. But yeah, when you live in startup life, man, it's like everything's always changing. And then it depends on the leadership too, how well they're able to manage that. So let's see, I'm gonna do myself a favor. So what I was doing, I think my Notion is open, but it might be tied to another window. Hold on. Okay, so what I was doing last week is I just basically took a little sample test project that I used for teaching, and that is what I was integrating into a test app in Adalo. So I can put those together now. So instead of building something, fresh, I was just integrating those two and then making sure that that I understood how the process worked. So I'm going to go back to let's go back to my projects, I guess. And then, no, it'll be better if I go to my project planner and then I'll click on one of these, the next task. This is the main task. The main task is the API integration, and all these bullet points under it for the most part belongs to that specific task. So that's weird. It's not tied to its project like it's supposed to be. Let's see, open this one. Okay, here we go. So this is the main task, and then all the subtasks are on here. So all these ones that are showing in the left are subtasks to the test API integration with Adalo. So far, I did connect to an existing project for testing. I reset the endpoints on that project to serve JSON because that was the first thing I ran into with Adalo. The endpoints have to be serving JSON data. Then I deployed the test API. I set up a external collection in Adalo, which is basically importing the data from the API. I am still testing the data in views, so that's kind of where we're going to pick up. And then I left myself notes last week. So I have literally like a very simple REST API that is deployed on render. So let's get that running. It's not doing very much. It's just, it has a bread collection and a baker collection, and breads belong to bakers. So that was just something I used for teaching. So I just decided to use that for testing out how this needs to work. Let's close this one because what I want to do is go to my desktop, go to repos. Let me see. I want to make sure I didn't miss nothing, but yeah, in big companies, that's me. Like, I never really liked working for a really big company because nothing, like, it takes so long. Like, you say, oh, I want to try this new library, they're going to be like, yeah, right. we need like a whole bunch of approvals just to figure out if we can use like a newer type of technology, even just to try it out. I was in the best of both worlds in the last like bigger quote unquote startup that I worked for, because I was like within the first 100 hires. That's more like a Silicon Valley kind of talk, but I was within the first 100 hires. So I was still very early in the company phase, but I came right after they got acquired by Ford. So we were a subsidiary of Ford. So to me, that was I would say, if you are going to work for a big company but you still want to work for a startup, that kind of was the best of both worlds, because Ford owned us, but we're a line item to Ford realistically. But at the same time, we didn't have all the bureaucracy and all the the corporate kind of baggage of being under a big company like that, because we still operated independently. So we still had our own production schedule, our own workflows, our own tech stack. So we were able to be really modern in like what it looks like to run as a startup, but then we still were able as a small startup to be more efficient than the big wheel of development that is under that Ford umbrella. So it was very interesting, because I was always like, I would never work for the big three, because I'm in Detroit. So the big three, or basically the big three would be for us Ford, GM, and Chrysler. I'm like, I would never work for the big three. It's so what's the word, like dated, I guess, was like my impression. And a lot of people I knew would be like, oh, it sucks to work here, I just want to like get my team to use Python. But so a lot of people felt like they're just a cog in the wheel. But I ended up wanting to work for the startup in particular, which is called Autonomic. So I really liked the startup, and so that I ended up working there for a while. I enjoyed that a lot. That was a different experience as well, because when it comes to working for a tech startup, I was on a mission at the time. Like, I want to see scale. It ain't no scale like vehicle connectivity for freaking one of the biggest automotive companies in the world. So we were building a vehicle connectivity platform that Ford was the main company that was integrating into our platform. So yeah, like millions and billions of signals to and from the vehicle. That's a lot. So it was very interesting. It was definitely like an awesome learning experience overall. Repos. I mean, I've had the questionable experiences too, but that was a great one overall. Let's just see what I got here, because I'm stumbling on where I want to go. Okay, breads. This is the one I think. Let's CD to breads. I think this is the little test API. Yeah, because this is my branch, feature JSON API conversion. So what is deployed on render right now? If I go to breads, yeah, so what's deployed here on render is coming from this branch right here. So I had those integrated, and then what notes did I write? So Adalo integration for the collections has some restrictions. So your IDs for your API requests have to contain numbers. Endpoints are patterned after RESTful services. You have to provide auth for the API, but it's not required. At first I said I wasn't sure if it was required, but it's not required. Did it pause? No. I'm going to let baby boy get up in a second. There's also the option to use magic text, filtering related data, requires using a query parameter. So I ended up having to integrate query parameters into the API. So for example, I don't remember if I did both of them, no. I think I could do breads, baker. Yeah, here's one. I can do breads, baker is equal to, and then I can set the ID of the baker. And so I ended up having to add that to the API. So that was a good learning. Because if I want to do any type of filtering within Adalo from the endpoints, then it has to be via a query parameter. Then based on the tests I did, auth is not required, but I will test auth in the API for a user profile. So I still have to test out user profile data. I'm going to return JSON from endpoints. Otherwise, Adalo throws up. Got that. And then the first testing was done on this. Okay, so this is the Adalo app that I'm working on for testing. Actually, let me switch to... I can't remember. I think I need to sign in to... Baby boy, what's the problem? What's wrong? Moving down. Right. Actually, probably can open all of this over here. So this is the actual like live version of the app that I'm testing in, but I need to sign in. So we're using app.adalo.com. Not saying one is better than the other, yeah. It's just Elliot, don't y'all don't like school. I'm a nerd, so like I like school. Even though I got burnt out on school at some point in time, which ended up prompting my transition to tech via coding bootcamp. But I'm interested in research, and also I really do want to teach on the collegiate level. I have a lot. I mean, like I'm also like school ew because I have a lot of opinions about how things are done in school, quote unquote traditional school. But as a teacher or as an instructor, I feel like I'll be able to affect change if I actually go into that environment. So I want to go. Well, I'm planning to do NLP research, but we'll see. I might end up switching because there's so many disciplines, but I've always been interested in natural language processing. So that's my primary focus right now, is going into research in that arena. And then just, going into the academic world. Hold on, let me let baby boy out of his crib. Bubby. Baby boy. All right. I kind of feel like my mic is up high. I don't know. Y'all gotta let me know. Okay. So this is the app, the Adalo app that I'm testing in. So this is the one that is connected to it's connected to that API. Let's go. Let me see. Am I signed into render in this profile? Ooh, am I signed into GitHub? I am. Okay. Beautiful. Here we go. So yeah, it's nothing special about this actual API itself. This is one that I was just using for teaching purposes. So I've just, it's something I know I can play around with, and I'm not gonna bother anything. So we have an index page for the bakers. We have an index page for the breads. If I'm not mistaken, all of these should work. Yep, so here's the bakers. I can go to the breads. Oh, this isn't showing anything. Oh, I must not have tied that one up yet. So I got bakers and I got the individual baker view working. And then let's see. Actually, Rachel has breads, right? So the breads are also listing for her. So that was a key feature that I had to use the queries for. And the underlying API, the way it is designed with Node, Express, and Mongo. Actually, it's using Mongoose, so that's the thing I'm going to open up now. So let's open this in VS Code. So yeah, I'll be here at least until like 4 or 5 o'clock. That's I did like a full day last time, so that's the goal. That is the goal. Next week so on the point of school, next week I have to start studying for I'm trying to go into a program, so next week I have to start studying for that. Chromanti King, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. I am doing well, and I hope y'all are doing good too. Yeah, I was in my book club meeting for this coaching program I'm in. We were in there at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I'm feeling good. And I was up yesterday. I was super tired, y'all. Oh, I came alive. Working on a 3JS portfolio. What is 3JS? Hold on. This is why I came after I left the other company where I was doing like vehicle connectivity. I was mostly doing Java over there, Java and Kotlin, even though don't ask me about Kotlin. But I'll circle back to Kotlin one day. But I was doing a lot of Java, and I really miss JavaScript. So I came back to JavaScript like more so in about 20. Justice, put that down. I came back to Java in about 2021, late 2021, going into 2022. So I'm still behind the curve on some stuff. 3JS. What the heck is this? Oh, a 3D library. Ooh, fancy. Oh, I should have thought about that. Okay, it has the 3 in there. Awesome. So what kind of stuff are you putting into your portfolio? Hold on, this boy. But yeah, I want to know what you are building in your portfolio. So what do you want all these other toys? Here. 3D avatar. Oh, fancy. Clients can interview you using a chat GPT driven chat. Wow, that's interesting. I love anything AI related over here, so I was earlier this year, I was co-working like 5 days a week, but I've been struggling because I've been trying to do so many things. So I'm going to be working my way back up to that. So usually we do a lot of my co-working outside of like, I just started working with this startup, more so around August. But I do a lot of my studying and stuff like that on stream. And I'm getting into like AI ML, primarily in natural language processing. So I'll always be on some chat GPT stuff. I'll always be trying to figure out what's going on. And we do a podcast called Train X, which is, I do a podcast every Thursday, but Train X is 1 week out of the month. I think Train X is let's see, when's the next Train X episode? Next week is Hacking with the Homies. The week after that is GDI or Girl Development. Next Train X show is on the 26th. But I have a couple projects I want to do with ChatGPT. Okay, so this is all integrated. So the next thing I want to test out, basically, I think the next thing is probably going to be getting this breads page to render all the different bread objects, and then I'm probably going to want to do each bread. I'm probably going to want to show the baker on that page. But yeah, this API is, I guess that's where I was. This API has 2 models. It has a bread and a baker. The baker is the parent model and the bread is the child. So they have that relationship. They have a one-to-many relationship. This is using Mongoose as well. It's a object relation mapper, so it's MongoDB under the hood, but a lot of the syntax that you see here is from Mongoose. And then yeah, so the baker does not have a direct reference to the bread, but the bread has a direct reference to the baker. So when I do request the bread object, it's just going to automatically return the baker. I mean, as far as the requests go, it doesn't really matter too much because I already have the whole thing set up to where I have virtual fields on the baker. So a virtual field basically allows me to get the bread, all the breads that are associated with that baker, and it's a virtual field, so it's like it fills in that data, but it's not actually, that data is not actually a part of that object in the database itself. It's like a baker object does not have direct access to the bakers. What I want to say, the baker object does not have direct access to the breads that are associated with it, but it does have this reference field. So yeah, so basically, even though those two don't have they don't both have direct references to each other, the way that everything is set up in the app, essentially when I make a request for a bread, I'm going to whether I make a request to one model or the other, I'm going to get the associated fields. That's kind of how I already have it set up. But I have to make sure that that functionality comes through in the UI. So let's see, did I leave any other comments on here that's useful? But the schema, yeah, it was a testing. It was a teaching demo, so it has all the bells and whistles. It was literally the essential, like, this is how you set up your. They were learning the foundations for full stack dev, so that was the moving into back end and having a full REST API, and integrating it into the front end. So it has everything. Not everything, but all the core. I think all the essentials. So yeah, just to let you know, so what I'm working on is the company that I'm building for right now, we use Adalo for the MVP, and Adalo is really good, but Adalo is also limiting in some ways. And the biggest struggle I'm having with Adalo right now is the flow of data. If you don't go on when you deviate from a completely linear path in Adalo, some of your screens that you might want to visit are not going to have access to all the data that they should, basically. So in order to prevent that, what I'm trying to do is, instead of using the internal collections, I'm trying to swap to having collections that are based off of an API. That way Adalo should just be a front end. That's it. So I'm just trying to make sure that I understand exactly how to get all of the necessary views that I would need. So after I get these resource views, the next thing is going to be to focus on the user, like the user profile, updating all the data for the user profile and managing that, because that's where my current app is struggling right now. Yeah, you got to work around, but I will say, if you know no code platforms, Adalo is really nice compared to a lot of the ones I've used for other companies. And this, I'm expecting this to work the way I want. I'm just, finding where the little hiccups are. But the power of having the API integration, the way that I'm using it now, pretty much circumvents a lot of what I was running into in the past. It's nothing in there, baby. It's literally empty. So I like Adalo so far, and this will make me like it a lot more. So this is the baker. Yeah, so let's go. I don't think there's anything else I need to see from that one. So let's go over to the breads. We'll work on breads now. So here, oops, not what I wanted to do. So in the breads view, it literally is just a list of the bread resource, which is fine. And you can see here the when you click on the link, it should go to, it'll send the current bread data to that screen. So that's kind of how that's how data gets passed along in Adalo. But the only thing is, like I said, if you're not going a completely linear path, you end up losing access to certain things that you need for other screens. So it's going to send that data when it goes to this view down here. So since it's already sending the bread, the current bread, let's feature templates. I haven't tried that. They said I can't go any further. What just happened? But yeah, Adalo, we have a company here in Detroit called Tech Town, and Tech Town basically like supports a lot of entrepreneurs. in various stages in their careers, and I mean in their companies and various types of companies. So one of the programs I usually work with is called Start Studio. So there's different phases for the founders, but you'll have founders come in and they probably have a technical solution that they're trying to create, but they are non-technical founders. So usually they'll go through a discovery phase. That's the first program that they'll start with, and then after they go through discovery, they'll go to the MVP phase. So based on whatever hypothesis they came up with in discovery as far as the solution that their customer is looking for, then they'll go through MVP, and then MVP they get matched with developers. So I've always participated in this program, but I also do training for other developers to come in and do these like MVP do this MVP development. So fun fact, my business partner and I, we literally already started, I guess technically we're writing a book for like how to become an MVP developer and what that looks like. So we're supposed to launch our book in January, so that's coming soon actually. My son found the light. But yeah, I'll definitely share y'all. But yeah, the Tech Town program, that's really, really awesome. I haven't seen a lot of places do anything like that, where they're like, hey, they have the founders, but then they bring developers in, and we as the developers will be the ones that'll focus on building out their MVP for that phase. And then they have some others afterwards. So I've done every cohort that they've had over the duration of that program, but this is the first time that I'm like, I very much identified with the company that I worked with, and so I am taking a more vested role in that company. But yeah. And I'm everywhere. So like if y'all want to connect on LinkedIn, like in Toronto, okay, a Toronto-based Y Combinator. But yeah, see, in Detroit, it's like we do have certain programs, but it's still kind of difficult. Like, you know, it's one thing to be like, hey, I already have an idea and, you know, I just need connection to resources or things of that nature. But then it's a whole nother thing to be like, I haven't even really figured out my idea yet. I don't have access to technical help. And then they, you know, they get funding. So, like, it's not a huge amount of funding necessarily, but they have their MVP phase is funded for them. So they pay us directly as developers to work with the company. So we're able to just come in and do that work. And then even potentially, you know, moving forward with them in other phases as a contractor, that's an option as well. So I'm just grateful because I grew up here. So I'm like, I'm glad to see that type of work being done, just because there's a lot more support that a lot of founders here, they have more like mom and pop shops. It's a little bit more traditional, like small business, one person, two people teams, things like that. And they're Tech Town, with this type of program, they're trying to encourage folks that might have more technical based ideas to be able to get into the space. And that just kind of looks different for our community, I think. So we have that model that Tech Town is going for, like you said, and then we as more of the, like, on the training side of it for the MVP developer, we have a model that we've been working on. So it's like, yeah, I'm actually living this life with the MVP development, and I see a lot of value in it. So I've been enjoying it. Let's see. Okay, so I am on the bread view, so I should be able to, let's go to magic text. I should be able to grab the bread name. I'm just gonna copy and paste this. That was kind of funny. Command C VVV in Adalo, even though I just did like multiple pastes. You can't see it because by default it'll literally paste it right on top of itself. So that's kind of weird, but I'm used to it now, so I just know that happens. So this is the bread name. Let's see if I can do the baker name. Get rid of that one. MVP and R&D stuff is, I'm telling you, if you get to the MVP prototyping, like I can do so much in this one little platform without having to write like basically a lick of code. And the only reason I'm really trying to integrate into an API right now is because this is a lot more complicated process. So think about like basically building DoorDash from the ground up from all perspectives, right? So I have to be able to do a lot more than just some traditional linear paths. But there's a lot of potential in actually just, especially in Adalo, how their platform works. There's a lot of potential as a freelancer to have a business where you might have some specific type of client group that you focus on, and you can actually be creating like kind of like some template applications for specific type of groups you might work with. You might go in and say, oh, like I can give an example. I'm going to build an app for hair salons to manage their business, right? I could actually build out the entire app, and then I can make it a template, and then I could just copy and paste that template and basically continue to generate these apps for a bunch of different hair businesses without having to build everything from the ground up every time. So it's very interesting, but I can go on and on forever with that kind of stuff. Bloop.ai. Yeah, you can basically white label it. Yep, exactly. Bloop.ai. Okay, answering questions about your code base. I think there's another one called, this might be similar. Cody. I'm going to start actually playing around with Cody because I'm interested in the company in particular. I like this tool that they got going. But yeah, similar. The company, the assistant knows your code base, so that seems interesting. They got all the big they got all the big companies on here. They got all the big logos. Real fancy. Which one is Cody? Did I do that right? I was gonna try Copilot last week, and I was just like, it was too much extra stuff, and I was like, I'm gonna have to pay for it, and I already paid for ChatGPT, so I just ended up being like, never mind. But Cody, I definitely am going to end up trying this one out. I need to just kind of have some time where I just explore a bunch of these different tools. There's so many of them right now. All right, so I want the baker's name. So the current, so because of how this association works, I can get the baker directly off the bread. but AI, I'm all about all this stuff. Just understanding it and the problems that are being introduced as well. Like that's where the interesting part is. Like we know what the potentials are, but the potentials come with even bigger issues that are hard to solve. And I actually like that. So that means we have work to do in research, which is where I want to go. I swear, I don't know how this boy know that he supposed to talk into the microphone. Here, go ahead. Say what you got to say. Oh, you only want to do it when I'm talking. Okay. You know you just asked to be picked up, right? That was you. Okay. This boy is so funny. But it's hilarious to me that he knows to talk into the microphone. Like he be cracking me up. He's so smart. It's scary sometimes. Anything else interesting I can do here that I would care about? I think honestly, oh yeah, I don't have to do anything special for the baker. So, I wonder though, can I make this baker? Can I make this link back to the actual baker? Now that would be interesting, right? Because now I'm relying on being able to do the reverse of the relationship again. So I think I would want to have that ability. And that's probably going to require adding a query parameter. All right, so I want to link back to the baker. The baker show. See, so it's gonna send the current bread, but it's not gonna have access to the current baker anymore. What else can I do? So now the curious thing is that's gonna break my baker page. Watch. Now if I go to my baker show, does it still have the data? This is the type of stuff I'm talking about with Adalo. If I try to loop back around and I make this link from another view that doesn't have that data accessed, then now this page just won't have it. You okay? All right. Global variable. To my knowledge, I don't know a way. The only way that I The only way I've really seen to make things quote unquote global is to try to make the data. It's like at the point at which you make the data accessible. And I could be wrong about that, but so far, the best way to get access to something down the workflow is to have it available earlier in the process, like on the home screen, basically. So I would initialize certain data like as soon as the person signs in. So in the case of the app that I have, it's like as soon as the person signs in, I'm going to generate a cart for them, and I'm going to generate an order for them, and then later I'll associate, later I'll actually associate the store and things like that to those items. But it's like I had to generate all that early. But even doing that still didn't quite get everything the way I need it to be. Like it's still like you try to make a link to two different screens and they're coming from different sources. and if one of those sources doesn't have access to that data for whatever reason, it's gonna break the page. Like right now, this page is here. It lists the breads right, but let me see. If I delete this, yeah, it's a little finicky. So if I try to preview this, bakers, what's happening? Come on. The app is not running. Yeah, he's sleepy now. Wait, what time is it? Okay, I got a meeting in 3 minutes. There's no distinction between global and local. Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to just say absolutely not. I could be wrong, but I have not been able to do that at all. So I've been having fun with this because I've been literally trying out like everything. Here. See, my son, he don't care. Even though he probably just hurt himself doing something and he like, cried for a second, that wasn't enough. He still got to go through the pain. Okay, let's go to my calendar. Justice. Justice. Go mess with your own stuff. Let's pull the tripod over. Why not? Goofy butt. All right, I'm gonna stand up for the meeting though. Should actually mute my mic, huh? Go away. Give me that. Thank you. I was trying to type back in the chat, but I keep having to swap my swap my keyboard over. But yeah, my meeting's done now. So it's going good. I think my camera doesn't like care about me as a subject. It just likes to focus in the background for some reason right now. I don't know why. Okay, so let me go. I'm gonna get my business off the screen. Sir, you. Boy, tripping. Lordy Lord. Okay. As you can see, the room has gotten tremendously worse in the amount of time that it took to have that meeting. I say stop. That's not a toy. Everyone has that one coworker that won't let them. Exactly. And kids be so quiet. They be so quiet, and he be so sneaky. Like, as soon as I look up, he doing something. Okay, did I get my business off the screen? All right, we can go back. I always forget. I gotta put the chat on the other screen. But at least it's not as bad when I'm small that I'm out of focus. I gotta figure that out some other time. Hoo-wee. All right. So I'm probably just gonna get myself together for the next like 9 minutes or so, and then we going in for the afternoon. See. All right, so what all do I need? I only got a little bit of coffee, so I'll probably make me some more coffee. I'm gonna fill up my water cup. I'm gonna make baby boy a bottle. And I'm not ready to eat yet, and I didn't finish my breakfast, so I got like some hard-boiled eggs, and I think I still got some sausage in here, so I'll have that for lunch. I'm gonna try to, oh, that's why I can't type. What's I gonna say? I'm gonna try to get some pomodoros. I'm gonna try to do some pomodoros this afternoon. So about 4 or 5. So I'm gonna start at 1. Let's see. That's not the password. I don't know the password. I don't even know what that was. I can't log in. I don't know my freaking password. Wait, is it this? I'm like trying to sign into Twitch from my into the chat from my streaming software. It's so stupid because I'm not logged in, so I can't see I can't type over there. All right, that's fine. Whatever. I can type over here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I might have the Pomodoro app. I should have a Pomodoro app because I guess I don't. Let's go to the App Store real quick because we were doing Pomodoros before, and I had a Pomodoro. I know I was using one in the browser, but I thought I had one running on the computer. That is literally not how you spell that, but a bunch of them come up. Tomito, that's the one. I'm like, I have one, but it's the naming of it. That's weird. Okay. So, can I skip this session and start my break? All right, I'll be right back. I just gotta get my water and coffee and get his bottle. Here, you wanna go in the front and grab your bottle? Where's your bottle? Justice. Okay, that took way longer. That took 15 minutes, but Justice, come here, baby. Bubby. Camera. He left it in my room. You're on candid camera. I'm serious. I'm making action. Justice. Here. The door. Come on. Here. Just call him. I don't you dare touch that. Get your buddy here. Look. You ready? Okay, close the door. Here. Here, boy. I know. No, you ain't about to take it and run. See you later. See you later. Bye-bye. 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 Love you. All right. Nap time. Nap time. Do this. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Dang, y'all ain't got no music or nothing. Okay, here we go. My bad. That took way longer than I thought it was gonna take. But it's his natural. It's his natural. Tyler said Gracie. Yeah, we watch Gracie over here. Ouch. But it is nap time for baby boy, so this is a perfect time for me to focus. I got fresh coffee, but this mug is hot. All right, so I think this can be like, let me restart it. Reset. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. No. Oh, there it is. Okay. This is what I'm looking for right here. The little green tomato, the little green icon. Here, we'll put it up top, I guess. So if I minimize it, okay, it's up there. All right. Okay, so I can make another API request. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. But that's okay, that's the whole purpose. Excuse me, but I don't, it's a custom action. Let's see, get baker. Or should it come up with the naming for it? But it's none of these. It's not create, it's not an update, it's not a delete, it's just a read. So that's kind of annoying. Am I? So what do I have access to? See, I have the current breads baker. Okay, another. I don't want to get distracted. I do want to. Get into the marketplace, I think it is. Just because, wait, it's, oh, I do want to get into the marketplace at some point as well. Just because I don't know, I don't know what other like integrations are available. Or I haven't tried like a lot of the custom stuff that's available. So I think it would be components. What is a feature template? That doesn't work for me. Why doesn't it work? Did I stir my coffee? I don't know. This is so weird that a custom action is so limited. Like literally if I literally if I could just, oh, you know what? Let me look at that other post from earlier too, because I think it was a forum thing about globals. Is this the thing? This is a custom component though. Custom components have a code base. Yeah. Pretty sure this only works for this type of values. These are okay, so in Adalo, excuse me, custom Adalo components, which for the record, I was supposed to be looking at custom components at some point too, just to see if there's any functionality that would serve me here. But yeah, you can make custom components in Adalo. So it is a code base. And then your component would be available here in the UI, where I can go and do a plus and I can just add these existing components. I would have the ability to add my custom component from here once it's deployed. Okay, let's go to the marketplace too. I would not like I would not like to have to worry about doing all that though. Google sign-in is something I need to play around with though. Ooh, it could be fun to get into making some custom components actually. Not for this app necessarily, but like this one is a rectangle that can change color based on dynamic text. I have to figure out how to make a status bar. Adalo is really not friendly to the way I'm trying to make my little status bar. Tracking order delivery, so maybe that'll end up being a custom component. I can do 2FA with ClickSend. We can have a verified badge. That's crazy. Excuse me. Loading spinner. Man, I'm about to put some stuff on this marketplace. I could probably see. That's a whole nother thing. That we've been talking about. I feel like we've been talking about it a lot on Hacking with the Homies podcast, but just like different revenue streams that developers can create for themselves. That is like you can have a startup that's more a code based, having like a API or some other type of service. This would be cool because I imagine the price that these little components are. And this is some basic stuff. Accordion, multi-slider. Okay. I no longer try to remember stuff. I have to actually write it down. So okay. Oh, and then I also need to, along those lines, I already have, where is it? Why aren't you scrolling? Hello. There we go. Those are done. Pickup confirmation, delivery. Let's put it on this one. This is the first one. I think this is a decent place to put it. All right, just to remind myself. Okay. Ooh, I can get a signature component. All right, so some stuff in here, but nothing like what I'm looking for, I think. All right. Boo. I have the baker name, and that's it. So I can do is baked by this person, and that is the extent of what I am available to me. Let me see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, any other way I know around this. Okay. I can't just see the way that you transfer or persist data in this system is affected, or it is designed based off of links. So having a link to a page is what allows data to flow to that page. So I would have to have a link to this page. From a page that has access to the bakers. But even if I had access to the bakers, I could possibly do an actual filter based off of the baker name. But the real question is, okay, let's experiment. Let's like just add literally anything here. That's like this wouldn't have a UI purpose. This will more so be a data flow thing. I'm just curious if I was to just put something here and link to the baker show. Will that allow me to have access to all of the bakers? So, and then if it works, it's really hacky, but if it worked, then I could have an element on the page and just hide it, because they do have visibility options. So I can just literally say like it's sometimes visible and basically never make it visible. Visible if okay, but I'm not gonna worry about the visibility right now. It'll just always be visible. And then what I want to do is click here. When you click on it, it'll link to the baker show. And then I lose access to the, see look, I'm gonna like, by doing that, I break the other data flow that I have. So yeah, this thing is finicky. So if I wanted to do it that way, now, well, I have the bread. Wait, was it the bread I was losing access to? I think it was the bread I was losing access to, right? Oh, the current, wait. Oh, the current baker. I don't care about the current baker. That's okay. What I want to be able to do is if I have the bread, then I have the baker. And now, here's the empty one. Yeah, I still don't think I have a way to do it. Or I guess what I would end up having to do basically, because that doesn't do anything. Possibly what I would have to do is I'll have to, yeah, if I wanted to link back to the baker, I'm gonna have to, here, let's move this down here so I can play with it. It's gonna have to be like, this is such a roundabout way to do it. It'll be a list, and it'll be a list of bakers, and then I'll filter the baker query param. Yeah, so now I have to add a filter onto the bakers in order to get that to work. Or a query param, because I think, where's the live service? I think the query param is only, this is so loud for no reason. Okay. Okay, I think that was distracting. I think the query param right now, I only integrated it, or I only implemented it on 2 breads, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, but that's fine. If I could do it that way, then I could basically have a baker here. So I would want to have the baker name as the query parameter name, and then the value would be the current bread's baker. Right? I think that's right. Okay. So the way this is working so far, let's go to the README. Oh man, we have all of these. I don't know what it is, but my chair is always so uncomfortable. I don't feel like standing up right now. So on the bread, on the get for the bread, we can do question mark baker, right? Question mark baker, question mark baker. So on the index for bread, we can do Excuse me. I can do a baker ID here. All right, so what I need is the ability to do so I guess this means this is also a show, right? This boy fighting his sleep so bad. This is technically also a show. Okay, so I need to be able to do, here's index for the bakers. It's gonna have to be the ID though. Because of how the request works in with the Mongoose integration, it's gonna have to be the show. Pretty sure. Oh, I'm like, why is my mic like not? I don't know. Is it? Yeah, it's picking up decently, but I guess that's why I had it turned up so loud. Oh, I'm supposed to be on the break, huh? All right, this should be ID, I'm pretty sure. All right, yeah, so let's do the break. I never know what to do on my breaks when I do palms. Like, I'm always like, wait, what should I? Do something to decompress. What were we talking about earlier? Oh, I can do something. I know. Let's do this. No. Cricut design space. Super random, but this is a little small in between that we can do right now. Let me catch up on the YouTube stream. I don't know why the YouTube stream gets so behind. I usually end up having to refresh it. Okay. Anywho, wait, did it open? Oh, there it is. Okay. So we have a homecoming at the school I went to. It's tomorrow. So I have this vest. And yeah, these are my vinyls. That's all heat transfer vinyl. So, and then here's my mock-up. Okay, so here's my mock-up. So now that I have my mock-up done, I have to do two things. I have to recreate all of these designs in my Cricut Design Studio, and then I have to size them out. So the first thing I can do, I just actually have to get all the graphics converted over. Once I get them all in there, then I can worry about measuring out the spaces that they belong to on the vest and like actually change the sizes. But I think I don't have to worry about the sizes right now. The first thing I have to worry about is getting the designs in. And I haven't done that part in a while. So I think for the afternoon today, because it's literally tomorrow, and I was supposed to finish my vest a couple days ago. So I'm going to do this on my breaks. Just work on my getting my design, my project set up. So this is my Now, I don't know what'll be the best way for me to do this, honestly. We got templates. Okay, let me pick something that's way too big so I can see. Like if I put jeans or capris, how's it gonna look? Okay, I see. So can I take that out? I don't want it. No. So if I wanted to, first of all, let's add the image, I guess. Let's upload it. Upload. Did I download this? I might not have downloaded it yet, honestly. Oh, my break is over. Okay, let's download this as a PNG with no background. Because this is an actual picture of it, the proportions should be right. So my thought process is At the very least, I can I can I can pull it into the studio, and then I should be able to make it the size that it needs to be in the studio, like make it 1-to-1, and then I can work from there, and I can use this as a background. I will probably no, that template had a front and a back, right? Okay, save. Jeez, just save it. Just save it. We can close Canva now. I might have to go back and get my fonts and stuff, just so I'll know what the fonts are. Why did I do that? That is so annoying. I forgot to pick that I only wanted to download the image I was looking at, so it downloaded a zip. All right. See, because I'm not really trying to download this or upload this as a... trying to actually make a template. All right, so that's what I'm going to be exploring. So I'm going to keep that as my I'll keep that as my project. So I could make, this is a blank canvas. I think I could, okay, geez Louise, I could make a new layer, right? All right. All right, so my goal now is to implement another filter. This will be a filter on the breads index so that, no, wait. Yeah, it'll be a, wait, is that right? No, I need to add a baker, right? Or is it breads? It actually is bakers. Okay. So it's actually a filter on bakers. See, I almost got that wrong. I would have been all in the wrong place. I'm glad I took a break then. So it's basically another baker's. Wait. Oh, okay. I'm slow. Oh my god. I'm confusing myself. This one already exists. This is the one I'm making. Okay. All right. So I am making a filter on the bakers. And we want to be able to filter by the ID of the baker. So if we can filter by the ID, then we should be able to make this API request that can take you back to an individual baker show page. So let's do that. Hey preacher. So yeah, I'm this is where I am right now. You can see the index for bakers, you can see the index for breads, and then you can see the show for both of them. But if I'm on, say I'm on the bread show, I can see the baker name, but if I wanted to link back to that baker, I won't be able to right now. The only way I'll be able to is if I can do a list, a filtered list basically. So I can have a list that is tied to the baker resource and then do a filter. Um, Instead of name though, it'll be really their ID that I'm filtering on. But yeah, as long as I can filter this list by the baker ID, then I can actually get one individual baker, that entire record. Then that way I could link back to the show page for that specific baker. Because that's essentially how this one works. This baker, this bread, well, it wouldn't link to that one, but yeah, this this essentially is a filter. This is supposed to be a baker's filter, isn't it? Oh no, I guess it's not. But yeah, you could basically filter. This is a This is a bread filter. It filters by the bakers though. But yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do. So I have to implement another query on the API in order to make sure that that is a feature that's enabled. So this one right here. So when you make a get to bakers, and the ID will be equal to the baker ID. One would think I can just make make an API request to the show route with the ID. But I can't do it. I can't do it that way. All right, so this belongs to a different controller. This belongs here. I'm calling it show. It's really an index though. Let's just do this. Okay, but this one is a wait. It is gonna be the name though. It is gonna be the name because at this point in time, the only thing I do have access to is the baker name. Right? Let's verify that that's what that is, but I'm pretty sure bread baker is the baker name. So if I preview, go to breads, the app is hanging. Hold on. I think I probably broke it with this link, honestly, because I'm trying to link back to that page. Let's just get rid of it for now. Get rid of that. And then get rid of this link. Here's my bakers. Well, these all should be tied to a baker, actually. Oh, see, look. It's just... it's not a anything. What? Huh? Did I lose access to my data or what? Because that's weird. Bread baker. Current bread baker. That's a thing. Okay. It might just be the way that the request was made. It shouldn't have did that though. It should have filled it. Should have filled all the data. So what happens? Let's see. This is bread show, right? I thought I had all the virtual fields going. So when it makes an API request, where's my render? Could be this one. It's not really this one either. I don't think I need anything in that window. Okay, so I request the breads. Okay, that's interesting. Let me see. How's this data being set up? What the heck? Oh. Because it's just returning the object instead of having access to it. That might just be... It shouldn't... It shouldn't struggle with that though, because if you want me to return JSON data, you should be able to handle nested fields from the data. If it only... This is... Okay. Let's just go one step at a time. Let me not be mad about it. And I don't even know if it's working like that. Get rid of those. Okay, so if I go back into Adalo, under the database, this is breads, right? That's what I'm looking at. Type text. What? That was never a thing. I guess it didn't have a way. Cause like, look, it gets all the data properly. Yeah, and then I'm supposed to be able to see like Baker ID, Baker name, Baker start date, bio, all that is supposed to be available. So then, am I tripping? Cause last time I was whatever I remember, I don't remember what I was trying to figure out last week. All right, that definitely was not there before. Am I tripping? I swear that wasn't there before. Bro, I will go back and watch the freaking recording. Like, was that there before? Am I tripping? Couldn't have been. Couldn't have been. See, they got me tripping now. Hold on. I didn't make that up. Okay. That's what I was expecting. I don't know if I somehow missed that, but it literally was just showing current bakers, current breads baker. Well, it's here now. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Okay. That's fine. So I can have the baker. I can have the name. And then if I wanted to link to the baker show, it'll have the current bread, but it won't have the current baker. So this one is breads. Oh, but it would be this part right here. Maybe it's just the, let me see, if I put the list back, it's a list of bakers and I want to filter. I think this is really the trouble right here. I have to be able to, I feel like this is the only way I'm going to get that quote unquote current baker that would be available. All right, let's do it. So I will have the bakers. So I will want the ID to be equal to current bread. See, this wasn't showing up, but that's okay. Current breads baker ID. So that's the filter that I am implementing. Baker ID. Okay. I really be trying to get this like up at the top. All right, so this is a little bit different because I guess not. I can do it very similarly. I can let the filter be empty. Then if we have a query of ID, then we'll set the filter.id equal to rec.query.id. Can I do this? Question or colon. Question then colon. I don't know if that's going to give me the same output I'm expecting actually, but I want to experiment with that. But for now, this is fine. So this will set the ID if it is available as a part of the filter, and then I can run find with my filter. And then it should only return a single baker in that case. Okay, so let's test this. Nodemon. I have Nodemon, which is like it's a server. It's a tool where it'll watch my server, and then if I make any changes, it'll automatically restart the server, and it'll automatically it'll restart the server, and it'll also refresh the browser. So 3003, I'm on 3003. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say my MongoDB should be running. Okay, so 3003 breads. What's this filter we just did? Baker. I need a baker ID. So bakers, and then ID is equal to something. Okay. So let's do bakers, which is here. And then Monica's right here. Here's the first one. So let's do ID is equal to this. What? Did I like not get? No, I got the ID. I might have to look at the filter again or how that works. Here, let's just debug through it without secluded. Debug through it without it's making too many issues. Okay, so filters here. Let's log that. Oh, wait. Where's this? Where does log come from? I'm not tripping. Did I not save my file before? I might be tripping. Let's just see. Okay, so that's not working. Let's do this. Full screen that. Potential derailment. What? What's happening? Global Hack Week. Is that this week? I hope not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Well, look, I'm close to the end of my timer. Oh, okay. I'm close to the end of my timer, so let's look at it in like 2 minutes. Cause y'all know I do be getting off track. Let's open oh, I guess I can look at that console. Yeah, so the query ID is there. Is it something wrong with me using this actual term? Because I'm pretty sure the filter is expecting to search by the ID for that baker. What the heck? Is it something Hacktoberfest related? Where's my timer? Did it end? Oh, it's on this page. Did I implement it on the wrong spot? No. And I don't think there's a difference. In the underscore ID and the actual ID. Okay, so let's try something hypothetical just so I can see if it's weird that I'm calling it ID. Just in case, Baker ID. Oh wait, no, it'll be a query param, so. Baker ID. I never know if I'm just kind of conflating Python conventions with into my JavaScript, or see, so this will be Baker ID. Alright, so that doesn't do anything because that's the old version. Baker underscore save. What? I tried this. Oh gosh. Muscle memory. Yeah, see it. Okay, so it's not returning anything. Okay. The question I have right now is how I could debug through Mongoose queries, because I know I could use Atlas. Oh, debug, true. Mongoose debugger. I know I can use Atlas if I wanted to just debug regular MongoDB queries. All right, my timer's up. Yeah, enable debug mode is probably the solution. Mongoose.set debug true. Oh, get MongoDB shell friendly output. Oh, I should be able to run a shell, shouldn't I? I'm using Mongo, but I have a Mongoose implemented in the project. So I'm not running Mongo queries, I'm running Mongoose queries. That makes sense. So like if I wanted to, I know I could just go in Atlas, Compass, my bad. Atlas is the online platform. But if I wanted to, I can just go into Compass and I can go into, let's see. I can run queries in the shell here. It might be a shell I can use. It's probably a shell I can use. Right? It should be. Never used it before, but that should be a thing. Because this is a Mongo shell, so this is only going to understand Mongo queries. So that's what I would want is to be able to run these Mongoose queries like bread.find inside of the console. All right, let's see what Preacha is. Pretty sure I'm going to get distracted by because I always do, especially if it's something fun. Wait, go back to my browser. Okay, we're gonna go here and see if it's not gonna open here. Hold on. So they're having Global Hack Week. The week after next. Yeah, the week after next. I've been debating on it. I don't know if I'm like overdoing it, but excuse me. I considered making instead of using the code channel to talk about like Hacktoberfest and stuff, using a separate channel, like a hackathon channel. I technically already have a hackathon channel. It's just named after a specific hackathon. It might be worth it though. Oh my gosh, restart. I don't care. Oh, let me actually start my timer. Okay. Wait, so we got this, and then let me see, what's the other one you sent? It's an actual event. Copy. Oh, Web3. All right now. They having the sessions and everything. It's at the end of the month. I have wanted to try some Web3 stuff. I just haven't gotten into it. I have some ideas for some like distributed services for like content creators. And then you got Global Hack Week. Follow along with live challenges. Join a guild. Okay, sure. Is this just like a workshop or is this an actual list? Because this looks like it's just showing you how to use Python. Yeah. Which I just did something similar to this, but I did it for another company. I'm doing a Python crash course in this November or December. I can't remember which one. But yeah, it makes sense. It's kind of funny though because MLH is also where all of the Hacktoberfest events I think are supposed to be getting posted, if I'm not mistaken. So, no, but that looks fun. Yeah, and then the same sponsors that are the Hacktoberfest sponsors, AppWrite and Illa. Of course, DigitalOcean, because DigitalOcean hosts Hacktoberfest. But the other two are also hosting. They're also sponsors for Hacktoberfest. Here's the schedule. Ooh, this is kind of nice though. Look at this, y'all. Because they have a whole schedule of events that are happening during the week. There, see, y'all know. Every time I see something AI related, I'm about to hop on that. This is a lot. I kind of want to add it to my calendar, but dang, this is about to take over my whole calendar. Let's see. This is the right one. Add it. Will it add as a separate calendar? That would be nice. Yeah, okay. It's adding as a separate calendar. So I'll turn everything else off. This is intense. But that's nice. That's a lot. This is the whole calendar. Jeez. All right. Preacher, did you post that in Discord? Because if not, we need to. But I really feel like that was what I was saying. Like, should I be trying to get feedback on Discord, y'all, because I just be doing stuff that seems like a good idea to me, but that don't mean it's a good idea to everybody. Because we do have a code channel, but once upon a time we wanted to do Twitch Dev Jam 2019. I was gonna convert this channel into a hackathon channel. It's like rename it. How does one go about? Why don't they make stuff easy for me? Oh, edit channel. Just call it hackathon. Whoa, that was kind of annoying. www dot. It's not gonna do it now. Octoberfest.com. Hello. Am I tripping? I gotta do the HTTPS, huh? Okay. There we go. I can delete this one. Delete. And then let's do this. Upload. Downloads. Okay, so I just made a choice. Hopefully, I try not to make too many channels, but that channel was already there. But sometimes, because of how Discord is, it still can be a little bit difficult to centralize certain conversations. So I hope that's actually helpful. But yeah, this looks cool. I mean, technically, I already added it to my calendar. Wait, so this is separate from the other one. Okay. I feel like in next year could also make roles. Yeah, that's the thing that I need to do, Preacher. I really need to implement like the onboarding and different roles belong to different things. So that's on my to-do list. Because some people originally joined Discord from like a gaming perspective. You're gonna be in every role, okay? Yeah, I know that you can have like onboarding and stuff, so I want to see what it would take to go back and retroactively implement that. But that's definitely the goal. So you can like say, I'm interested in games, I'm interested in like programming, just general stuff like that. We will have that soon. Discord is a lot of work. I know it's possible for sure. I just never did it before. I had mods once upon a time. They have slowly but surely retired, I think. So I do everything on Discord by myself right now. But that's why you can see like I've been slowly moving stuff around, but it's been like basically just slow. I do a little bit here and there in between other stuff that has to get done. All right, well, I have this on here, so I'm kind of excited to see. This is a lot of stuff. I see Swift, but all of this is about like contributing to those particular communities. So like I would be really interested, this one about contributing to JavaScript, the actual language. Or definitely the NLP. That was it fine tuning? I think it said fine tuning. And there's GraphQL API. I really like GraphQL, but no time for it at the moment. All right, back to this. Where was I? Oh, that's all I was saying. Did you, if you, I can post those links unless you want to post them. I think that's the one. Okie dokie. I'm glad you shared those though. My sinuses are tripping now. Okay. Oh, I was trying to get into debugging for Mongoose. I need to put my humidifier back on. It's got to be a thing. I don't know why I did that. um, I didn't mean to do that. Dang it. I left a freaking thing off. But I can't do it that way because it's a promise pending. Okay, what was it saying about the async part? Okay. Log into the console would be better in that case. Let's do it this way. Did I mess it up again? I think I messed it up again. Baker dot finds dot then. Okay, so that finds a baker. So now copy. Oh, that's not my bad. That's literally not how you do that. That's okay. I put a freaking equal sign in here. It's something about how I did the filter. Let's go back to the filter because I had to look that up last time. And I remember realizing I was doing something wrong with it. Filter. Yeah, it's how I'm providing the value. But that's weird because maybe it's not. When you filter in this controller, oh, I called it Baker, right? And the bread model has a baker. So on the baker model, yeah, but that's what I don't understand. On the baker model, I want to filter it by ID. So should it be called underscore ID then? Let's look at the query casting. Where's the query casting? Or I would, oh, I could just do find by ID. But that's a whole nother query to do in that case. So I'll have to do literally a different query. Let's go to the query casting. So I don't want to have to do a separate, oh, underscore ID, yep. Okay, let's try this. I understand what the intention is. If, all right, so we'll call the query ID. But in the filter, it'll be underscore ID. And then go back here. That's running. Where's the local one? It's not running anymore. Oh, here it is. Localhost. All right, so, oh, wait. Baker's, right? And then Baker ID. Oh, it's not working. Okay. I changed the query param. Okay, it works now. Beautiful. Well, that's a nice little lesson learned. The query casting expects the name, the property name that you give it to be the same as what it is in the database. So for the ID, as long as I have an underscore ID on my filter when I do the find, then it'll be able to cast it properly. And I don't know why I was thinking that we had called this name. For some reason I was thinking we had called this name in the bread controller, the filter. But the filter was called Baker actually. It gives you it filters by, oh, I remember. Originally I thought I could actually provide the name properly. I think that's where I got confused, but that's good. That's fine. I understand that now. So this filter works. Finally. This is why you test before you deploy, because otherwise I would have been, I would have found out that that didn't work by deploying it. So now that this works locally, then my goal is, let's go ahead and deploy it, and then we can go back into Adalo and filter this by ID, and then make the link back to the show page. But make this link from Bread Show to Baker Show. Oh goodness, that's funny. The Bread Show link should actually work though. I'm gonna test that out and see. Okay, so that's a few steps. So let's go ahead and deploy this. My render, I feel like I'm far away. My render is integrated into the repository, so all I have to do is push this to the branch, because it's deploying off the branch right now. So git status, git add -p. No, because that's not even the whole file. I am gonna add this part. I'm gonna add the README this time, the changes. So this time you can do question mark, ID is equal to the Baker ID. So let's save that. I can use my aliases too now, because dang it, I thought it was aliases. ALS? These are all the aliases I have from my plugins. Oh, I can go up 5 directories. Okay, so GST, I know GST. Defaults. GST is get status, get add, let's just do the commit. Get commit -m is I always have to remember this one for some reason. Like, I feel like it should just be GCM, but GCM is get checkout main. Get commit -m is GC message. Okay, that shouldn't be too hard to remember. Okay, So GST is get status. GC message MSG. Oh, I didn't stage it. Is get add just GA? Yeah. GA. Oops. GA dot. That's fine. And then GC MSG. Let's see. Add a baker ID filter to bakers index. And then am I just gonna GP? Yeah. That is why you use freaking ZSH plugins, okay? Because I used to use more aliases back in the day. And I didn't have a lot of that stuff set up on this computer the way I wanted it. All right, so I pushed to that branch, and so let's go watch the deployment. Go to events, which I'm already here. Go to this deploy. No, watch this. I kind of miss this because when I was on my last team, sometimes like deploys, because everything was such a much bigger system. I missed like that in between wait time where you would just wait for deploys to kick off and you wait for your build and then wait for your deploy, watch it, and just, it took a little while to deploy stuff. Like, at least wasn't a super long process, but you would at least like sit there and wait for like maybe a few minutes, long enough to play around on. Oh, where is mine? Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh my goodness. I walked in just in time to see my brother do something hilarious, but it was not on purpose. But this just reminded me, I used to be scared of these. I don't know why. It's also a similar reason as to why, well, I won't say scared, but like kind of intimidated. Also for the same reason why I used to be intimidated by like quote unquote data structures and algorithms. But it's funny because I didn't realize I really wasn't actually intimidated by data structures and algorithms. It was just the idea of it when I didn't realize what it was. And people just made it seem like this scary thing. Very similar to Rubik's Cubes. So when I was working on the last team that I was with, like a lot of my teammates used to we had like multiple Rubik's cubes around the office. They always used to be solving these Rubik's cubes, and I felt like they were like some type of geniuses because they could solve Rubik's cubes. Then I found out it's algorithms. It's just patterns. Like it's literally a system to solve in a freaking Rubik's cube. Um, and that set me free. So I have this one that I've been learning. I haven't picked it up in a minute, but I've been learning the process for solving these. So like you can see, it's still deploying right now. So yeah, like a lot of times whenever we were waiting for deploys and stuff, like we were a pair programming environment. So whoever I was working with most likely would like pick up a freaking Rubik's cube um in the middle of us waiting for our deploy. So I had to go get mine because I have another setup that I was working on in the living room, and I had my Rubik's cube out there. But yeah, I have now. This one is easier to learn because it's like a very common pattern. Obviously, most people know like a 3x3 Rubik's cube. But somewhere in this room, I also have a pyramid. It's a 4-face pyramid. And that's the one I really want to learn how to solve, because this one, I don't know all of the algorithms, but I do know how to solve it in layers. Like if I take my time, I can solve it in layers. So you can see, you start with the white face, and then you go layers by layer. So that's why I start with the white face. And then this one I already at this point, whenever it was the last time I was playing with it, I did the first layer, and I'm on the second layer right now. I already did the orange for the second layer. Blue is almost done, and red is a little bit. Blue and green only have one more missing. But yeah, so I'm gonna play around with that more, because I feel like I like brain teasers and stuff like that, but I don't know, it's just something so weird about the fact that I was just like, with Rubik's cubes, I remember when I was a little kid, I went to my cousin's house, which my cousin is literally the same age as my mom, but I went to my cousin's house, and he had a Rubik's cube sitting on a shelf, and it was solved. And I didn't know, I'm a kid, so I just seen it. I just started playing with it. I'm gonna test this out. But I saw the Rubik's cube, I just started playing with it, and then he got so mad. He's like, "Oh my god, you mixed it up." Like he acted like he could never fucking solve it again. And like then I was terrified about like how hard a Rubik's cube is ever since then. And then apparently it's not that hard. I'm not gonna say it's not that hard. I should take that back, but it's a process. So once I haven't started learning actual algorithms for the Rubik's cube yet, just because I'm still in a phase where I like the challenge of trying to discover the patterns myself. So I have solved it with patterns a few times before, more than a few times probably, but I haven't like started committing any to memory, just because I've been practicing just going layer by layer and trying to solve it a little bit more naturally. Like, okay, I know I need to move this piece to this side. But it also helps to know the basics of the Rubik's cube and know what is a correct position and what's an incorrect position. So little sidebar, but yeah, that was like such a devastating thing. When he literally acted like that was the end of the world, like he would never ever solve it ever again, like he was gonna have to take the stickers off type of situation. And then it was like, this was literally well, maybe it wasn't last year when I discovered how there are algorithms to it, but it might have been last year actually. I just randomly was looking it up, and then I found out that that's how most people solve them. It's like a process. Let's see. Okay, so we are testing the new filter. So on the baker route, not baker, bakers. Like, why I get a 404? Okay, bakers. Yes, I do have 404 implemented in this little, very teeny tiny teaching app as well. Bakers. Then let's just grab a different baker because we keep picking the same one. Not that it matters, but I'm going to grab Ross's ID. Then I should be able to do a question mark ID is equal to. Oops, that's not. I said Command F instead of Command V. I don't know why. Okay. And then that gives me back Ross. Okay, beautiful. And his breads as well. Okay. So now that that is working on the API, this ID, passing the baker ID to the ID, that should work here. And then that means when I click on, go to link, and I'll link to the baker show, I should have the current baker. Yes, I still have the current baker and I still have the current bread. So both of these paths should work now. So basically, like here, I'll show you, see how it shows current baker and current bread are available. When I originally set it up, these 2 points of data would have been available on this page. But if I didn't set this up properly, then when you try to link back to the page, it would say that the current baker is no longer available. So that's what breaks the functionality of that page in Adalo. So now that I'm doing it this way, this is only going to show one baker because it filters out all the rest of them, but it gives me access to that full object. So now I should be able to go in and test that out. So let's do that. Angel said, I have a Rubik's Cube that was messed up when I got it and I never been able to solve it, but I forgot about it for years at a time. Yeah, the thing is, it's a whole process. So like if you want to learn how to solve the Rubik's Cube, you can literally actually on their website, because I bought this one brand new, they don't put stickers on them no more, by the way, y'all, if you didn't know that. So it's not like you can't just like take the stickers off like you could back in the day. But I bought it brand new. But yeah, they have a website, and on their website they show you the algorithms for how to move different how to move different blocks to different spots. So there's different patterns, like, oh, I'm trying to move from this side to that side, or I'm trying to move from this face to another face. There's patterns. And then there's also an app that I played around with as well that will actually give you the directions on how to solve your Rubik's Cube. So not only like it's like it's kind of essentially a mixed, it's a AR, I guess you would say it's AR. So what'll happen is you'll have like a phone or something, and as long as your phone has the full view of the Rubik's Cube, you'll scan all of the faces, and then you keep holding your Rubik's Cube under the camera, and then you'll see it on the screen. It'll tell you which sections to rotate, which direction to rotate them in until your cube is solved. So that's like kind of nice to like have that assistance if you want. And it works on some different types of cubes too. Struggling because there's no t-shirts. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's petty, but I know that was a big motivator for a lot of people. But I do think that it's pretty to that point. It's kind of, now that they don't have that as a motivator, it can help people to kind of find a different motivation for contributing, because probably another thing about that is like, because people really just wanted to get like a t-shirt for participating, folks weren't continuing on to contribute throughout the year. It was just like, wait till Hacktoberfest and then you get a t-shirt. Now it's going to be like, if you have the motivation to do it in October when all you're going to do is get like a badge, you probably be more likely to do it throughout the year. All right, so that page works. Nothing seems to be broken on this page. Let's go to somebody that actually has some. Yep, so you have bread. So now if I go to the breads and go to rye. Oh, I'm showing the ID, but this should go back to whoever this belongs to. And see, it's still showing. Why is it still showing the object right here? It's not supposed to show that. Oh, I guess I probably never updated it. Let me go back. It's supposed to be the current bread. Yeah, I couldn't have made that up because it's not even an option now to just pick baker. Before it was just showing baker. Current breads, baker name. And then this baker down here, the title should be not the baker ID, but the baker name. Let's do something like the baker, how long they've been working there. So if you want to do something like that in Adalo, let's do a magic text and then do a formula. And then the formula will be the start date. No, let's do the current time or current date. Can I do the current date? Let's see how current time works. Start date, current time minus the start date. Because the timestamp, I think the timestamp will have the date in it, but we'll see. And then you can also do some formatting, so I can change the formatting if I need to. But let's do it like this. I don't want this. Okay. Let me see how it looks. Preview it. Trying to do it from your phone. Yeah, that's probably a lot, but depends on what you're trying to contribute to. I don't know what tools you're using because I know you had asked about that before. I would see if you can do it from REPL because with REPL, REPL.it, I think they have a phone app now, and you can integrate your GitHub repositories with Replit. So it might be possible to do it that way, but that's a lot. Are you using the Mac to stream? No, because if you were, you could that must be a Windows. Because with a Mac, you should be able to run apps from anywhere, even the external drive. But Windows does not do that. Okay, so breads, and then I go here. I see who it's baked by, and then I see Rachel, and I go back to Rachel's page. Now let's see if we can go back again. Can we go back again? I know this might seem very interesting the way I'm approaching this, but these are the same now, so I'm gonna get rid of one of them. Let's get rid of this one. But yeah, I know it might seem... Wait, what the heck just happened? What's... Okay, I deleted it, so I should... What is going on? There... It's like it still thinks that part is right there. That's so weird. Undo. Yeah, see, when I move this, it's like... Okay, let's just refresh the page. It's kind of freaking out. All right. I don't want you anymore. Go away. But don't interfere. Okay. Let's lay out. No. Arrange. I want to bring that one to the front. So, what is happening? Because I don't want that one anymore. Can I? No, I cannot. Oh gosh. Let's refresh it and see. Like, WTF, why are you playing with me like this? It's not fair. It won't. Oh, it's like kind of going all over the place. If you see, now I can see when I try to move it, it looks like it thinks it's at the top of the screen. So let me try to do it that way. Damn it, I lost it. Okay. Is there something weird about my screen? Like, I don't understand. I'm scared now because I don't know where it went. Yeah, it's gone. So stupid. And now I can't get it back. Where? And if it's behind the screen, it's definitely gone. Okay, let's preview it though. Let's see if it's really gone. Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure Rachel's supposed to have something. Okay, so that's fine. Let's see if I start over. Would that help? This is the baker name. Okay, so baker show. Technically, I shouldn't have a bad experience moving this one over. See, it's down here. Why? It must be something off about their UI right now, because this is super buggy. Wow. Escape. Oh no. Just leave that there. Let's just. Does it have all that? Yeah, okay. Let's just make a new one. Simple list. Put it right here. And it's not showing up. What in the actual? I finally get it to work and then this happens. What time is it? Adalo, what are you going through? That's what I'm trying to understand. It's right here. Not supposed to be, but it's right here. Okay, I think that one's gone now. Deleted it. Okay. I'm glad it's not that hard to do. ID is gonna be the Baker ID. Okay, so let's do, I said I wanted to see if I can click this one and go, oh, this is supposed to be the breads, ain't it? This is supposed to be the breads, not the bakers. Because this is the baker name, that's the bio, so that's supposed to be breads. And filter those by baker. And the baker ID, yeah. Pretty sure that's what that's supposed to do. Instead of doing bread ID, because that's a little distracting every time, change it to name and the subtitle. I can just turn it off for now. But then when you click on there, it should link you to the bread show. Okay. So now I think I can go back and forth between these with no issue. Let's preview it. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. That seems so simple, but it's obviously not. It obviously takes a little bit of finesse. So, or maybe it's not obvious, maybe not. Brand name. Here we go again. I can't move my element. Undo. An open source site that sends you projects to contribute to every day. Okay, those are cool. Yeah, I know a lot of people, I'm like, a lot of people just never actually work on anything open source for one reason or another. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Now, what was the thing? Okay, let's look and see what I'm doing. Let's see what I'm doing. Refresh it. I would like to move this up, but wait, this is the home page? Oh, bakers, breads, bakers, Rachel, rye. Oh, it filtered and then it's kind of slow to filter, but it does filter. Bakers, Ross, gluten-free, Ross, gluten-free, Ross. Breads, rye, Rachel, rye, breads. Okay. Oh, the other thing is I mean, it's not like that big of a deal, but I have to actually make these the proper active tabs whenever I'm on their page, and it's not showing up that way now. So basically, this is the baker's index, right? So if I go to the navigation, it's showing home is the active one, but oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's showing home as the active one, but really on the baker index, the bakers should be the active one. Title. Where is it? Code triage. I feel like I might have heard of that one. Let me see. I'm supposed to just be able to. Those are colors. I'm supposed to just be able to set the primary, and I'm not seeing the setting the way I should be anyway. Am I tripping? Because like, look, if I do navigation and I do bottom navigation, bottom navigation has an active tab right there, right? So in the top navigation, why? Oh, here it is. Active menu item. Okay. So this is home, so that's fine. But then on this page, the active menu item should be 2. And also on this page, it should be 2. And then on this page, three. Okay. I think I fixed it. Okay, so if I come here and I go there and then I click on that and then she don't got nothing, go here. Wait, why is it still, let's go back really quick. What is this? This object that's showing. Right. Yeah, see, I was not tripping. That was messed up before. That's why it's showing like that. It's showing the bread baker. It shouldn't have even given me that option before. I don't know why it's like that or how it got like that, but when I did request from the API again, it gave it to me the right way. So this is going to be the baker name now. It might have been a bug, honestly, and maybe it got fixed too. That could be a possibility. Cause that was definitely not showing up the right way. Okay. Bread name and then the baker name. And then there should also be a way I can see, like, I can populate those images, but I'm not gonna do that right now because I think that's a little bit more straightforward. I'm not expecting to have too many issues with it. Oh, the time frame is not right though. Is that 10,000 days or what? Baking for... It's possible that that's 10 days. Right here, I said, dang it, what just happened? How long they've been baking. Subtitle. So that's a custom formula. Does that sound right? Because let's look at somebody. Ross's start date. What happened? What's wrong? Don't touch this. All right. Ross's start date. Let's see if we can find it. This is Ross. His start date was in 95. So about 28 years, right? Yeah, so that's a number of days, basically, I think. 10,000 days. But what I should be able to do in Adalo, they have formatting, which is here. So I can format it, but the only options they're giving me are really for the currency. They shouldn't even be in currency format. Default. But so current time is like not exactly working the way I would want it to. Oh, is there a... They don't have one. Date time. Okay, that's fine. One very useful function that they do have is a distance calculator. So I don't think I have the ability to reformat that, but this did come in handy for me once. Functions. They had a latitude, longitude, distance calculator. So that one's pretty nice because I was trying to do a similar thing, but it was for a distance. So basically plot the user location and the store location. Use the user location from their phone to tell the distance between them and the store on the map. So this distance right here actually works really well for that, but a little bit limited in the other functionality. So that's okay. I couldn't do that. So I can just say baking cents. Let's get rid of that one. Baking cents. And then put the date, the start date. And we'll call that. I should have took a break a while ago. Let me see what else is on my list right now. What's the next thing I need? Because I feel like the next thing I'm going to have to look at is probably going to be the user data. Did I write anything on here interesting? Okay, so yeah, the user info is going to be the one that I have to do next. That's probably going to be a significant lift, honestly. So, trying to decide if I still feel like working or... Let me take a quick break. Let me just take a break. I think I need a break. That's it. I should be... How many palms have I done? I should be in for a long break. That's probably what I really need. Oh, I have one more. All right. All right. I just got more motivation. So, first of all, I at least need to do my last palm, at least personally. And then secondly, yeah, I'm going to get some, I want some hard cider. That's what I want. So I'm gonna do like another. Basically, I'll probably finish up at 5. Even though I'm proud of myself because last week I think by the time 4 o'clock rolled around, I was like, yeah. But yeah, so I'm gonna do this. I do want to start getting into this user stuff because the user management is the part that I'm going to struggle with the most. I think it's most I have to figure out, but code triage is now has a service. Yeah, I liked Team Treehouse. I used to use Treehouse literally. I had a Treehouse subscription for years from the time I started learning how to code to I didn't get rid of my Treehouse. Wait, what's up with my stream? Hold on. My YouTube stream was talking about like it was down. Okay. But yeah, I used to use Treehouse for years, literally from the time I first started learning how to program until I honestly didn't stop maintaining my subscription until last year or like the year before last. And that was only because I never was really using it anymore. But I had that for a long time. Okay, so baby boy's living his best life. He got a fresh diaper. I needed that break, but I have to look something up real quick. Maps. Like I was just like, I want a hard cider, but I don't have any. And I was like, well, I could just go get some, but there's a spot a couple blocks away from us. It has like, it's a nice in between spot because I can take baby boy without feeling like I'm going to an actual bar. I wouldn't take him to a bar, but there's a spot. It has like, it's a big building that has a food court, multiple restaurants inside of it, and then they also have like outside eating area, which is still pretty nice to eat outside if the bees are not being really aggressive like they have been. And then I'm sure I should definitely be able to get some hard cider over there. Bangkok, Momocha. I'm just looking at which restaurants are over there. The coffee shop is over there, but they probably going to be closed by the time I get over there. Okay, so those are those. What about drinks? Okay, so they have Oktoberfest is tomorrow. Tailgating games. Drink tickets. Literally the first thing I see on the bar menu is a cider, so that sounds about perfect. This is draft. Sir, stop. Go. Boy, trying to take the dang on desk apart. Pale ales. Dark ciders. Yep, here we go. A whole thing of ciders. Now it's funny because I don't like cider, but I like hard cider. Great Lakes coffee, Save Socrates. Yep. All of the above. All of the above. Um yeah, I do not. Oh, they got a cherry limeade cider. That sounds so good. Of course, it's Blake's. I'm getting ready to go to Blake's. I don't know, Angel, if you ever heard of Blake's, but um, that's the main brand that makes a lot of good hard cider here in Michigan, and I'm getting ready to go to their cider mill in a couple weeks. I've never been to their well, they have an apple orchard. I've never been before. And I was like talking to the other ladies in our startup. They were saying like, I was like asking them if we could do like a team bonding type of thing, basically. And they're like, yeah, you can, because the two women that I'm working with, they are sisters. They're sister-in-laws, so they spend a lot of time together. They have like obviously a solid relationship, and I'm like, I kind of want to get to know everybody outside of us just working together tech wise. So I was like, oh, we should do like everybody get their families and like go to a cider mill. But I picked Blake's in particular because I don't drink regular cider, but I know I can definitely get hard cider up there. And I'll probably bring some back. Bring some bring up like a 6-pack, at least a 6-pack back, and just have that because yeah, we real bougie here with our like craft beer and ciders and stuff. Blake's is also a brand of organic pot pies. Not that Blake, so see, Blake's. Oh wait, let me do it from here. Blake Farms. So you can they have an orchard, so you can do apple picking. They have a tasting room, so you can get cider and hard cider, beer, that kind of stuff. And then yeah, so you got the orchard and the cider mill. You got the tasting room. They have a few different spots in Armada. The market is up there as well. View location page. I didn't realize it, but apparently apples are a thing here. Ooh, I would definitely. Can I get some tomatoes? Are those? I don't know what's in season right now. And hot peppers? Oh my god. Okay. I thought, like, when I just thought I was picking apples, that was one thing, because I don't really eat apples like that. Like, I'll eat an apple, but I'm not. Oh, I can get some pears. Yes, heck yeah. That's what I like. I like pears. I really like pears. Like, if I go buy some fruit, I would rather buy pears. Okay, so I'm excited now. I'm even more excited, but I chose that as our location to go to because I was like, yeah, the cider is gonna be a thing. All right, let's do the last little bit. Okay, let's see. But yeah, the place that we're going, they have a bunch of Blakes available right now, including a cherry limeade cider, which sounds amazing. Apple Lantern. And then they have a pear ginger cider. I have to try that one. That one might be seasonal. So what'll probably happen is, because I'm looking at the pricing on these, some of these are Well, it's a 12-ounce can, so I guess that's a bigger can, right? But yeah, when I get up there, I'll probably buy a few packs for the rest of the season, because I'm sure some stuff I can get up there that I won't just be able to find at the store, especially if it's seasonal. Broken Taco, I've never been there. I love taco places. I love tequila, so tacos and tequilas and tacos. Or is it like is it just a brand? Oh, it's a salsa brand. I was gonna say, I never heard of that. I always look for the taco places. Okay. Okay, baby boy is having a ball. Where did Notion go? Yeah, I still live in Detroit, so I might look for it the next time I go to Meyer. Okay, I guess. Excuse me. So the way, I guess, let me make a note of this, because the way that I'm working with my database relationships, I feel like that has affected which filters I had to implement, right? Because I didn't implement the same thing on each one. I did implement a filter on each endpoint, but they're different filter types. They both are filtering by the same thing, basically. That's what's interesting. So I am filtering by the Baker ID either way, on each of these endpoints. So I'm sure I will need to do probably a little bit more involved filtering, depending on how many different models I end up in the API, but I'll probably implement some more thorough, more consistent filtering on those routes. But I think for now I have what I need as far as knowing how that's going to work. So I'm going to call the query params, testing that. I'm going to call that done. Testing data in the view. Do I want to call this done? Because technically working with the profile data would include that, but I think since it has its own, I'm going to call this done, because I have very specific tasks for those portions. Testing magic text with the Adalo user info. So that's where I am now. So I'm going to have to test the user integration. So here's how Adalo works. Right, with Adalo, when you generate a new app, you automatically are going to get user data. You're going to get a users collection, and it'll have some basic info: email, password, username, full name. And that's automatically set. And then throughout the app, when the person is logged in, you'll notice one of the things you almost always do have access to is going to be, let's see, say if I just put a random text box on this page, even though it's not showing up, not only will I have access to whatever collections are available on that page, I'll always have access to the logged in users info. Only thing is, what I found is I struggled with I struggled with making sure I had all of the data available. Like when I added additional fields, I struggled with having all of that data available when I was linking back and forth. And also a lot of the stuff in the collections that I would have would belong to a user. So I don't think it makes any type of sense really to skip having a user in my API. But that means I just want to integrate I really honestly just want to integrate the user and the API with the user that's already existing in Adalo, just because the way that Adalo is set up, it's really nice and already native to the platform. So I don't want to be fighting the platform in order to get the information from the user and to get the information from their device, I guess you could say. So I'm planning on implementing that, but that's going to be a little bit more of a push. So I don't know where I want to start with this. Maybe let's start by making a user profile page, because that's one of the things that I'm having trouble with in my other app with Adalo. So let's add a screen. Get from under there. Gone. Whenever I stand this desk up, this boy is just gonna constantly walk under the desk. I won't even notice him. Oh, keeping the tabs open, that's not dedication for me. That's just natural for me. What's dedication for me is keeping one tab open, or like a handful of tabs. Not only do I have this many tabs open, but look at how many windows I have open. I'm used to only being able to see the icon, or not even being able to see the icon. Like, my tabs usually look more like this. And I'll have multiple windows open because I have different profiles. So I segment stuff out like that. It's usually like this, honestly. I think it's kind of hard to get to a point nowadays where you can't see the icon, but let me stop before I freaking blow my computer up. Because Chrome is very resource intensive. But yeah, I'm used to having a lot of tabs. But that's just my personal way of keeping track of stuff. So I don't close tabs, because usually if I close something, it's something I forget about. So I keep tabs open as a reminder if I have something in flight. So I ended up closing my tabs yesterday because I didn't want to have any hiccups when I was doing the workshop last night. I didn't want to have any hiccups with my computer. But usually if I wasn't concerned, I would have just opened up the same window that I had opened up last week. Like literally until last night, I still had the same window open that I was using last Friday. So yeah, but everybody's different, because like you also notice, like, I do this. Where's my VS Code? I do stuff like this where I have multiple windows open, and this is better for me and how my brain works, because I don't want to have to remember too many things. I have too much going on up here already. So in order to alleviate that, if I'm trying to do things with different files, instead of trying to remember like, oh, it's formatted just like that, and then try to remember what I'm supposed to do in the other file, I'm just going to open them all up, like you can see. So like I have the bread controller up here, I have the bread model down here, baker controller up here, baker model down here, both of the models side by side, both of the controllers side by side. Like that makes sense to me. And then that way, when I'm going from file to file, the context switching isn't like wrecking my brain. But So on the flip side, I didn't realize that that was like super overwhelming to some people until when I was working in a pair programming environment. And it was like, when I would have control of the computer, this is what our screens would look like. And then, um, yeah, some folks complained in a very nice way, but some folks I was working with complained because it was overwhelming to them. So it's all different. Yeah, like I have bookmarks and stuff. I have one tab. I have all these other methods, but those a lot of times for me it's out of sight, out of mind. So I don't, unless I'm very intentional, like, okay, I came in today, it is Friday, and so I'm working on this. So even though I closed all of my tabs, I'm going to pick up where I left off. But um, there could have been something that I had open, like a reference or a documentation page that I had open on Friday that I don't have anymore. Actually, to be honest, I think I one tabbed that, but I didn't even think to. I don't even think to like do stuff like check the bookmarks. I bookmark stuff, but I don't always go to bookmarks. That's not like where my mind goes first. So it's not a habit for me. So you'll see, I always have tabs. Like I always have a million tabs open. But that's just me. I'm very organized in how my bookmarks are shaped, but I can count the time on one hand how that I actually use my bookmarks in a week versus just keeping everything in the tab. But I do use bookmarks for like long-term storage. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, you can have opening pages, yeah, but it's not like something that these are usually things that are like this is just currently what I'm working on. Because in Chrome, I don't have like pages launch, but I do use the pins in Chrome. So the stuff that's here, I usually open the most. But this is literally a project I'm working on right now, so I'm not going to like set this up all the time. Um, but I do close tabs, y'all. I do close tabs, okay? Because sometimes people are like, "What? You have all those tabs open?" I close tabs when I'm done with them. Okay, so I'm making a screen for Justice. Why are you doing that to that robot? I'm not getting you a new robot because you don't know how to treat him. Well, yeah, you're gonna stick with the Fisher Price. Okay. This one's gonna be a user profile. So since my bakers and breads don't really have any access to, they don't have any user associations to them right now, I'm not gonna go and try to like force that. I'll just work with the user profile off the data that I have so far, and then I'll come back to tying the profiles. Probably go back and tie a profile to a baker, um, and see how that integrates. And then that way I can not only know that the user profile data is integrated, but then I can also know that the users can see the items that they have access to, basically. Or maybe I'll do a little e-commerce version of this because that's more appropriate. So I could do the user in this app might like shop for bread or something like that. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just thinking of different specific type of use cases. and features that I need to be able to interact with. Okay. Let's do. I'm also gonna do a lower navigation bar, because I think that's gonna inform a lot of what I'm doing right now. Yeah, so I'll probably end up making it to where a user can choose breads and put breads in their cart and go through a checkout, because I do have to test Stripe integration as well. So I'll probably end up doing that. Matter of fact, let me write myself a note. Now, this is what I do for myself, since I do know that I can forget some stuff. I'll put notes. So like all these notes, I don't know if you had saw this last week, Angel, but these are all the notes I wrote myself at the very end of the working session last week. So that's why I was okay with closing my tabs too, because I pretty much told myself everything I left off on, all the info I had that I had learned. So I have to remind myself to do stuff like this. And I think this is super helpful now, being in this type of role where I think of a lot of more like high level elements, and I also think about some of the nitty-gritty details. So if it's something I think about and I'm like, I can't focus on it now, I will put it on the board. I will put a note or something here, and pretty much everything that I do for this project all lives in the Notion board. And I've been trying to really rely on Notion. So you can see I wrote the API requirements, because this is like discovery. So I've been keeping track of all the things I have to remember to implement into the API. Which I think, yep, I did query param filtering. So see, I want to test. This the main one? Yeah. I want to test the ability to integrate a user into the app. At first, I was thinking of tying the bakers to users, which I still might, but it may be better to start with allowing the users from Adalo to be able to shop for bread and checkout that can tie into the Stripe integration. And this is also helpful if I have anybody else working, because I might end up contracting some stuff, and obviously eventually, hopefully, I'll have a team. So in that case, this is how I interact in project management tools. I leave comments, notes, resources, things like that, because even when you're just, I think it's even more helpful in this kind of case. I've done this in the past too, when I was doing more R&D. Sometimes we would just have tickets on our board that was just like a discovery type of ticket. So it would be like, we think we want to use this type of we think we want to use this library, or we think we want to use this framework to accomplish a specific feature that we wanted. Or we would be like, we think or we know this is a thing that we want to do, or a problem that we're trying to solve, but we don't know exactly how to approach it. So we would have some cards that's all it was take a day, take 2 days, and just try to figure out how we could get it working. Look into some tools and things like that. Because when you work in R&D, which is research and development, when you work more in R&D, a lot of times you're building things that's never been built before, or you possibly could be trying to reverse engineer something that already exists in some way, shape, or form, right? So it's not like you could just go on the internet and be like www.blog.com and then, you know, find a blog that tells you exactly how to implement a specific item. So I found those type of sessions to be really, really, really helpful. And it's nice to separate that out from trying to do it in real time while you're also trying to implement the feature itself. So that's why I'm doing it this way. I've been, you know, a day or two of me going through and testing the entire integration and how it needs to be built before I design the API is going to save me a lot of headaches down the road and expedite the actual API design and the API implementation. Bring that here. Bring it here. Justice, stop. Baby boy. Baby boy. Go over there. Why are you mad? Watch your gabba gabba. These flies all got trapped in here with me. Here. All right. This boy is so funny. Adalo is a platform. So I don't think they would have a mobile app. They are for building mobile apps though. So you can deploy apps to the App Store with Adalo. But I wouldn't even imagine trying to build with Adalo on a phone. It's barely working in the browser. What part of the site made you do you say it's inaccurate? Okay, let's see. Was it something else? Okay, that's what I want to do for user stuff. So okay, that's fine. Test that API, test magic text with user info. Did I write anything on this one? Because I put these in this order for a reason. So, oh, you know what? I think I wanted to basically see. I think this was related to I think this was related to get away from there. Okay. This was related to making an API request with the external collections question mark. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. With the user info to get data on their behalf. Stop. No. Get from under there. That's not a tooltip. So if a user wanted to purchase bread, then we would be able to use the Adalo user data to manage their cart and purchases via the API. Okay. All right, so because I'll literally forget what the heck I was supposed to be doing with that. User integration for profile data. All right, so yeah, let's start with a profile. And then I can start, I'll probably kind of plot my thought process for what the next phase is that I'm going to have to implement, because I am going to have to implement a user, I'm going to have to implement a user model into the application that I have the API for. Okay, so if we come here, we want to see. Let's do because this will help me. Let's do the bottom navigation. I'll start with those three actually. And then I'll copy them down because they'll have similar whatevers. Similar links. All right, so home is already on home. So let's do home. Profile is here. So I'll come back and do all the rest of these links, but right now I care about the profile. So let's go to the fourth tab. That is the account circle. That's the profile. And when you click here, this is going to link to the user profile. And see, this is one of the big issues, right? Because the bottom navigation causes a problem with the data flow in the app, just because with the navigation, like, it's available on the first page. So I always have to be able to pass the profile. So that's why this is available here, but it's going to cause issues because it's going to link to some screens before it has access to the data that those screens might need, and it could just be tricky there. So that's what I ran into an issue with, and that's why I know that this is something I have to play around with. So this is going to go to the user profile, and I'll just say done, and then see, Command C. When I come down on the user profile, I'm going to put one of those bars here. What the actual, oh, never mind. That's right here. All right, are you going to make it? Are you going to make it? There you go. Okay. So now home, first of all, the active tab is the fourth tab. And then the first tab needs to link home. Okay. So those will go back and forth. And then I'm also going to copy the top nav down here. Okay. All right, so now you can see, since I copied the top nav down here, Now, these little arrows are those are actually links, but those are also like kind of data flow as well. So since I copied these links to other pages that I could have just broke something, because this user profile now is linked to pages that it doesn't have any data for, and that's usually what ends up breaking your data in Adalo down the line. So for example, what all is linked here? Home, baker's breads, all that is linked. But if I also added the, say, I don't know what else I would add here, but yeah, it's a potential for me to cause an issue there. So I'm gonna play around with it, but right now let's just make sure we have something to work with on this page. So we'll put an image, and this will be, is it gonna be an upload? I think it's an database, yeah, logged in user. Oh, they don't have an image right now. Let's go to the profile and add an image, and this will be their avatar. So now this image would be the database avatar. Okay, that's the user avatar. Then we'll have their name, got another idea, hold on. Justice. Okay, this is full name, so I can leave it like that. Let's see. Okay. Email. Oh, let's do username, because I'll possibly use the username to map the data together from the API to Adalo. Name, full name, and then this should be username. Email, username, full name. No. We'll also have their email, so that's another possibility for tying those together. But most of the time, depending on how you set up Adalo, that you don't have to have a username, but I think the email address is what it ends up defaulting to. Okay, so we have name, username, and email. Here's our profile. And then like from here, let's make sure the profile is always available. And that's going, yeah, that is going to cause some issue, because when I make the profile, when I put the navigation bar here, and then this has a link to the profile, that's gonna, I think that's where I might see some issues with Adalo. So let's do that, and that's the last thing I want to do for today. So let's go to the profile, which is 4th tab. Link this to user profile. Link this one. This is why sometimes I'm like, you should just make the bar and make all the links first, and then copy and pasting the one that already has all the links. It's more helpful sometimes. Let's do the first tab. Here, I'll do it over here. The first tab is going to be home. The second tab is going to be, see, like I got some food. Yeah, I don't know if it will have bread. Will it have bread? No. So food is the best option. So the second tab is gonna be bread, and that's gonna link to the bread show. The third tab, done. The third tab will be the baker. It already has people, so that works out perfectly. The third tab will be the bakers. And that'll link to the bakers show. Okay, the 4th tab already links to the profile. Then I'm not going to do anything with the 5th tab right now. It's just more. I actually technically could I can disable that for now. Okay, so now I'm just gonna actually go in. I'm gonna go in and delete all these because I don't want to redo all those icons. So I'm gonna delete all those, right? And then I'm gonna paste these in across here. Oops. Oops. Hold on. It must be this one. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so then that way I can change this one to, oh, this is Baker's. That's okay. Let's swap them. I don't want to swap them. Okay. My brain don't like how it's set up, but that's okay. It's just a test. First tab, second tab, no, third tab is going to be the active one on this. Okay, so then the next thing I need to do basically is change the active tab to the right tab, and then set a link to home. In Adalo, you can't, when you're on a specific page, you can't set a link to that page. So I couldn't set a home link from the home page. I have to wait till I move the bar to another page in order to be able to do that. So now this one has the right active tab, and then the home is also linking back. So I should be able to Command C. Actually Command, here, let's make it a little bit tinier. A little more, okay. Command V, put this one down here. I know it's very tedious, but it's fine. And then in this one, let's change the active tab to the second one. Let's update the link for home. And then now I can copy this one and paste it down here. Stay. Where'd it go? Why doesn't it like me? What is happening? Okay, you know what? Let's undo it. I really don't want to have to do all that over, but it's okay. Because it's something about this panel that is just really not having it. I'm going to reset this page again. Please. Okay, at least it went to the page. This is crazy. This thing is super buggy right now. Dang, okay, that's fine. Is it there still? Yeah, it is. Let's delete it. Undo. Okay. I'll just make another one. That's okay. Navigation. Okay. I'm not really judging them though, honestly, because like I said, this app works pretty well for no code. It works really well, and it has some pretty cool features compared to some other tools that I've used before. But also, I mean, I know how it can be. Like, it's a lot, and everything's drag and drop and all that. So, and they're constantly developing features. So, I know it can probably be a struggle. Let's go to second tab. Change this to food. Justice. Bring that here. Bring it here. What you think you about to do with that? My son he be doing some weird stuff sometimes. Okay. First tab, second tab. First tab needs to link to home. Second tab needs to link. So for example, second tab link back to food, bread. I guess this one should just link back to the bread show, right? And then third tab should link to the baker show. Fourth tab is gonna go to profile. Oh, I need this one down here. All right, so that didn't work. That's okay. One more time, one more time, one more time. Active tab is gonna go to profile. All right, what happens when I delete that though? Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. First tab, link back to home. Done. Second tab. Okay. Wait, what happened to my icon? I didn't choose it, I guess. Second tab. Okay. I think I did all of them. So, is there something else I wanted to have? I'm trying to think. So no matter where I am in the app, I should be able to navigate everywhere, and then I should be able to available data. Wait, why does this? Oh, current baker, I guess. But why does this one have current baker linked to it? I don't know. This one has current. See, look, now it's missing the current bread from the baker's index, from the user profile, from the bread show, and from the home. So I might have broken the bread show just by putting the navigation in. So let's just see. But that's exactly what I was expecting, unfortunately. So you can go to bread. What? See, look, they are there. I just can't see them. Is there a background? Hold on. Because I'm trying to understand, like, why I can't see. Let's change it to a desktop view. No, I can't see it there either. Go back to mobile view. See, bread has 3 friggin' links on it. Oh, that's annoying. But see, this page is broken now. Oh, it's working. There we go. But what the heck? Maybe I can highlight this bottom part of the page for breads and just hope that I just get anything that doesn't belong. Not this one. But can I highlight in here and just delete? There's stuff in here, but I can't see it. Okay. I'm gonna have to worry about that later though. I'm not gonna. Oh, that worked. But I don't have. I was gonna say I don't have the whole thing. Wait, bakers. Okay, that somehow worked. Okay, so we can go to our profile. can go to bakers. We can see the bakers. And then let's go back to bakers. Let's go to a person that doesn't have bread. Okay, you have bread. Go to pumpernickel. Oh, that is still showing. Go to, I don't even know which one to click on. Dang it. Okay, it's kind of weird. Bakers, breads. I go to bakers, and I go to Phoebe, then I go to her bread. That seems to all work fine. I can go back to Phoebe. Okay, cool. So I have to figure out what the heck is going on this other page. That's weird. This is only showing one bar. Is it, which one is it that's showing multiple bars? I'm confused. The individual bread, maybe? When I click on bread from here, it kind of goes crazy. Where was I? On bakers. Click bread from the navigation bar. On. And I think I linked these wrong, actually, too. The baker show. In some of these bars, I think I said third tab. Yeah, that's not supposed to link to the baker show. That's not supposed to link anywhere. But this one down here, baker, should not link to itself. Get rid of that. And this one, I mean, this one really shouldn't link to itself either, but it doesn't matter. It shouldn't be linking to show though. Link, I messed those up. Delete that one. I don't need a link on there. So on this one, bakers is not supposed to link to baker show. It's supposed to link to baker index. All right, so let me just make myself a note. Notion. I am on testing magic text for now. So I'm gonna remember to on next working session, I need to fix the links in the lower nav bar. Okay, so I'm pretty good with that. Let's do what I did last time though. I will open the main page and I will do the second testing was done with this Adalo app. And then I guess maybe it'll work as far as sharing it now. Fancy. What am I doing? Notion. See, Notion is too far away. See, that's how my brain works. Once I'm sitting there for like 2 seconds, my brain like starts to malfunction. I forget what I was doing. So second testing was done with that app, and then this is the last deploy for the second testing session. And then I'm going to do, I'll do it in the other one. I have to do, well, I don't have to, but I prefer to also put the commit the last commit. So the deploy, minimize that. Events. This is the last deploy. So this gives me a point of reference for what changes were made. And then this is the last commit for the second testing session. I do like, for the most part, that my specific commit and my deploys, those are going to point to us, like they're going to point to like a point in time in the code base. This gets on my nerves that there's no there's no contributions for those days because they're on branches. That's so stupid to me. Like, branch work just doesn't count unless it goes to main. So what if I decide it's not worthy of main? Then it just doesn't count. Whatevs though. Okay. I should make a where my sticky notes at? I want to see if you can make I wonder if I could make a contribution graph for my README. It'll be called better contribution graph. I'm about to put that on my I'm putting that on the screen so I won't forget that. I want to look into that. Okay, let's go here. We are gonna go to the branch and here's the commits. And this is the most recent one, right? No. Backwards. This is the most recent one. Okay, so that's the last commit. And then I'll say for the third session, I want to pick up with API and user data integration. Work on one of my projects. I honestly was going to make one of these projects something that folks can work on, but I do have a couple that are technically up for sure, but I have to circle back to it. The tips for new coders, that one is just a bunch of markdown files, but then the tips server is basically an integration to Slack, so that it's going to grab a random tip every time and show it in our girl develop it Slack. So this is one I want to work on. It would be cool because it's like, yeah, you could just it's like it'll just randomly give like little tidbits of advice or little tidbits of encouragement. I'm trying to think what else in here is like worth somebody else jumping into. But yeah, that I'm definitely open to that. I just I have been planning to make something like that available. I just have to go through here and get some stuff kind of like handled. The one project that I really want to be open source for real is the chat fields project, but that I still have a bit of work to do here. But this is this also integrates into like a machine learning project. So I have, but you can see from how very in depth my README is that I'm actually planning on this being something that other people can contribute to. So I'll definitely share those with y'all if anybody's ever interested. It's open source month, so I'm planning on actually trying to at least put one repository in a good state and allow that to be a option for Hacktoberfest. So yeah, but it's been good. I'm like almost 7 hours in today, and then like I said, even though I didn't start as early as I started last week, that's just because I had a book club meeting that was about an hour and a half this morning. So from like 8 to 9:30 ish, I was on book club. So I've been at my computer since 7:45 ish. So I'm about to go and just get some rest in. I'm about to go get I ain't gonna lie, I'm about to go get a heart cider for real. That's what I really want. So I am going to, let's see, Twitch. I've been thinking about coming back on the weekends, y'all, but I can't make no promises right now because I just be trying to get rest on the weekends. But I would love it, love it if y'all would show some love to Repped in Tech. I'm trying to see how long she's been streaming today. I can't. Oh, not that long. Okay, so let's go. We're gonna rate Repped in Tech. For anybody that's on Twitch, anyways. Happy twitching, I'll watch. Yeah, so I will definitely see y'all again. Check out the website too, metadevgirl.com. The shell customization is up, and next week we'll do Git and GitHub workshops. So that is definitely an option for y'all. But I appreciate everybody from being here, and I hope y'all got some work done too. I did make it to my I made it to my 4 Pomodoro goal. So I made it to my long break. My long break today is just gonna be being done with my day. I'll be back. Honestly, I'll probably be back on Monday because I have to start studying. Like I absolutely have to start studying, and knocking out some of these like credits that I'm trying to put towards a program that I'm going into. And I really have to finish that this month, like literally. So I'm going to go ahead and get back into my co-working sessions now that I feel like I kind of got my life together a little bit more. So I should see y'all on Monday morning. And y'all know y'all can find me in Discord. So I look forward to seeing everybody, and let's go show some love to Repped in Tech. All right, let me find it.